Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming today. This competition was truly a cumulative effort and would not have been possible without every single person involved. I would like to thank a couple of people for making this competition happen. First, to all of my bailiffs, thank you for taking the time over the past 3 days to keep time, handle tech issues, and deal with my thousands upon thousands of text messages. To Adam Leidig for helping with tab room, the 250 boxes in our apartment, and shipping all the boxes to the competitors. To Dean Boys and Professor Berger for always being ready to help and support this competition happening. And to Joanne Van Dyke for making this competition as successful as it has been. And finally, to all the coaches and competitors for of this competition for their advocacy, understanding, and flexibility. I would now like to introduce you all to the presiding judge of this final round, United States Magistrate Judge Miroslav Lovric. Magistrate Judge Lovric was selected by the Board of Judges of the United States District Court for the Northern District of New York to serve as a magistrate judge. Judge Lovric took the oath of office on July 1st in 2019. Magistrate Judge Lovric received his Bachelor of Arts degree from Columbia University and his Juris Doctorate degree from Hofstra University School of Law. He served as an assistant district attorney for New York County for 8 years and as an assistant United States attorney with the United States Department of Justice for the Northern District of New York for 26 years. I would also like to introduce our evaluators joining us for the final round: Joseph Heinzman, Robert Bryant, Olatakumbo Alanian, Michelle Cowan, and Kaylin Gray. Thank you all again for joining and taking the time to evaluate. And with that, I will pass it to our bailiff.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, teams. Well, first of all, congratulations for making it this far. You should be very proud of yourselves for that accomplishment. And thank you to our presiding judge and evaluators. This competition could not be run without you, so we appreciate you taking the time and energy to be here with us today. That being said, I'm just going to go over the timing that I'm sure you have heard before, but we'll give to you once again just to make sure that everybody is on the same page. As it pertains to motions, each side has 7 minutes to make and respond to motions. As it pertains to the case, each team has 65 minutes to completely try their case. Time stops for objections and responses to those objections. I will be giving a time check at the end of your before your closing statements. And I will also additionally give you a 5, 3, and 1 minute time check should you be running close to the end of your time in the chat function. That chat will be made available to everybody. The presiding judge or competition director may extend the time restrictions if an opponent used excessive time in answering questions or making objections, to resolve timekeeping mistakes, or to address any inequity. Following the round, there will be a 5-minute period in which either team may address any protests they may have. Hopefully, we don't have to have any of these issues, and it's probably unlikely considering that everyone has gotten this far. So with that, I will turn it over to the presiding judge. Congratulations, teams, and good luck.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judge Lovric. We're here on the matter of Charlie Martin versus Marlon Francis. So let's begin first, if we could, with the appearances from the plaintiff petitioner side, from all counsel, if we could.
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Stephanie Quaglio, and I, along with my co-counsel Madeline Case.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
We represent. Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. Go right ahead.
We represent the petitioners in today's case, Councilman Charlie Martin.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Case and Ms. Quello. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
It's Quaglio, but it's
Quaglio. All right. I will try to get that right by the time we're done with the trial. All right. Very good. And can we have the appearances from the defendant, respondent attorneys, please?
Good afternoon, Judge Lovrick. My name is Rima Sahakian. Rima is spelled R-I-M-A. Sahakian is spelled S-A-H-A-K-Y-A-N. Appearing on behalf of the respondent, Mayor Marlon Francis.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Sahakian.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sharon Verona, first name spelled C-H-A-R-R-O-N, last name V-A-R-O-N-A, also appearing on behalf of the respondent, Mayor Marlon Francis. And when Your Honor is ready, respondent has some housekeeping matters as well as some substantive matters to take up with the court.
All right, very good. Good afternoon to you, Ms. Verona, as well. All right, let's do that. Let's see if there are any pretrial motions or housekeeping matters. Let me start with the plaintiff petitioner first. Are there any issues or motions that the plaintiffs wish to bring up?
Yes, first, Your Honor, a few housekeeping matters. First, we'd like to ask to clarify whether constructively objections will be heard outside the presence of the jury in today's case.
Yes, for the purpose of the trial, we will constructively have them outside the presence of the jury, but obviously we will be doing it on the record as we are proceeding. But anytime we do have as we would normally have a sidebar, it'll be assumed that it's outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. And then given the circumstances that we're in, we wanted to ask your preferences for asking permission on when to share our screen with the exhibits.
The preference would be if there has been a agreement by the parties of an exhibit. If you have previously agreed that it will be introduced and received and that there's no foundational objections, you can simply state so and then place it on the screen for all to see. If there's not agreement, and especially if the parties know that there's an objection by the opposing side, then you will need to offer it for identification, lay the foundation, and then offer it into evidence after it's been received. Does that help you, or is my answering the correct question correctly for you?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. And finally, in light of that, we'd like to direct your attentions to stipulations 6, 7, 8, and 9. Pursuant to these stipulations, Exhibit 1 through 9 have already been agreed to and will be pre-admitted for today's case.
Okay, very good. So 1 through 9 exhibits are admitted, and the parties can simply utilize them and place them on the screen as they see fit.
With that, Your Honor, that concludes our housekeeping matters. We have a few motions to discuss as well.
Okay. Let me move over to the respondents as far as housekeeping matters, and then we'll go to any motions to both sides. So defendant, any housekeeping issues or questions?
Yes, Your Honor. The respondent invokes the rule of sequestration under Federal Rule of Evidence 615 to exclude all witnesses other than the party representatives and expert witnesses in this case.
Yes, the court will grant that motion, and we will conduct the trial assuming that all witnesses were sequestered and kept separate from each other and also from the court proceedings until called so into the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. We'd also like to ask Your Honor's preference in tendering expert witnesses.
Experts, if the parties have previously agreed in their either pretrial motions or discussions that an expert will be received as an expert and that there's no objections from the opposing side, then it's my practice to have the party that's proffering that simply states so on the record and then go right into their examination of the expert. On the other hand, if the party knows that the opposing side is objecting to that person being qualified as an expert, then you should lay a foundation and give the opposing side the opportunity to object and state the reasons therefore.
Yes, Your Honor. And lastly, Your Honor, counsel has stipulated 2 standard housekeeping matters. I believe petitioner went over a few of them. However, when using a deposition or statement for purposes of refreshing recollection or impeachment, we'd like to ask Your Honor's preference if you would like us to share the deposition on the screen.
The simple answer is I don't have a strong preference as long as the opposing side knows what item, deposition, or document you're using to refresh the recollection of the witness. And then obviously, because we are by televideo conducting these proceedings, you will need to show it to the witness to see it. And if the only mechanism by which we can do that is to put it on the screen, then that's fine.
Yes, Your Honor. And pursuant to pretrial meet and confer, both parties have agreed to the admissibility of Exhibit 22, which can be found on page 80 of the electronic notebook. And that's a photo of Mayor Marlon Francis.
Okay, very good. So that exhibit, along with 1 through 9, will be received into evidence, and the parties can utilize that exhibit as they so see fit.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to use it in opening statement?
Yes, absolutely.
And no further housekeeping matters from the respondent, Your Honor.
Okay. Plaintiff's petitioner, any pretrial motions that we need to address from the plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. First, our first motion would be to exclude Exhibit 23 on the grounds of hearsay. Opposing counsel has agreed to this motion.
Okay. The defendant, respondent, you have any objection to that being excluded, exhibit number 23?
No objection, Your Honor. We have stipulated to exclude Exhibit 23.
Okay, very good. So that exhibit is excluded and will not be admissible at the trial. Okay.
Second,
Any other?
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I apologize. Second, Your Honor, the petitioner would like to move to exclude testimony as to stipulation number 5. Stipulation number 5 is a procedural stipulation, not an evidentiary one. It simply states that should petitioners prevail in today's case, the election results will be overturned. We move to exclude this on the grounds of Rule 403, substantially more prejudicial than probative. For the jury to hear today that their vote in the outcome of this case, which is supposed to be dependent on the mayor's intent in suppressing votes, actually determines the outcome of the election, that would turn today's trial into a mini election as opposed to a trial, which is what we are supposed to be doing today. As a result, testimony as to the fact that the election will be overturned is substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
Okay. Defendant, what do you say about stipulation number 5?
Your Honor, these are stipulations that both parties have agreed prior to the trial that they are fact. Now, in order to exclude this stipulation under Rule 403, it must be substantially more prejudicial than probative. We're not going to show the members of the jury a photo of a grisly murder scene. Rather, they're going to hear exactly how their verdict in this case impacts the people of Magenta City, and they have a right to know that, especially that both counsel have stipulated that this is in fact a true statement in this case.
Okay. Any rebuttal argument from plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor, while we have stipulated as to the fact that the results will be overturned, that does not mean that it automatically gets to come onto the record. This should not come onto the record because, as opposing counsel just pointed out, the goal here is not to determine who is fit for this office, or even to determine anything other than the mayor's intent in deciding to suppress votes. This does not make any fact as to the mayor's intent more or less likely, and any value it would add is purely prejudicial, and that is substantially more prejudicial than any probative value, if there is any at all.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes, defendant, you can get the last word.
Your Honor, this stipulation goes directly to Charlie Martin's bias and credibility in this case, given the fact that the results of this trial determine whether he becomes mayor. And therefore, The members of the jury must hear this evidence because they have to determine the credibility and the bias of Charlie Martin in this case.
Okay, for purposes of the trial, I am going to allow that fact to be presented to the jury. I do not believe that it is so prejudicial, and I will leave it to both sides to argue and make their arguments to the jury as far as the stipulation and what it means in context of this trial. But I think it would be very difficult to separate the element that the plaintiffs have to prove, intent, and also to walk the fine line by defendant in not addressing as to what that would mean as a result of the jury's findings. So I think they're tied very closely, and I'm going to allow that.
Finally, Your Honor, petitioner moves to exclude Exhibit 18. These are text messages sent, we've acknowledged that they were sent to and from Councilman Martin's phones. However, we'd move to exclude them on the grounds of both lack of foundation as well as hearsay. If I may proffer, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Opposing counsel will not be able to lay any foundation as to the context of these conversations, who exactly these text messages are with, who the other party other than Councilman Martin is in these text messages, nor will Councilman Martin even be able to provide any testimony as to what the context of this conversation was even about. As a result, there will be no foundation laid which would make this admissible. Furthermore, to the extent that there would be, the messages not from Councilman Martin would be hearsay, as they are out-of-court statements that would be offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted within them, and as a result should be excluded on those grounds as well.
All right. Respondent, how do you respond to that?
Your Honor, based on Charlie Martin's previous testimony regarding the foundation of this exhibit, he has testified that he does recognize these text messages as his own text messages for this case. Now, Your Honor can find that testimony on page 40, line 27 of the electronic notebook. And therefore, there is sufficient foundation for Charlie Martin to be able to identify this text message. Now, opposing counsel's argument that Charlie Martin can't say who the text messages were with or what announcement it was about goes to the weight and not the admissibility of this evidence. And furthermore, Your Honor, given the hearsay objection, this falls under the hearsay party opponent admission under Rule 801D2.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Your Honor, in regards to hearsay first, while Councilman Martin's statements may come in, whoever the other person that this conversation is with, we don't know who that is, and we don't know whether or not he or she is a party opponent in this case. Therefore, those statements cannot come in under Rule 801D2. Now, in regards to the lack of foundation, like I said earlier, while Councilman Martin can identify that these are text messages sent from his phone, he will not be able to provide any foundation or context as to who this conversation is with or what it's about. And without that, it's simply inadmissible.
Last word from the respondent.
Your Honor, we will be using the text messages that do not belong to Charlie Martin as not for hearsay purposes, rather for the effect on the listener, Charlie Martin, who was talking about an announcement that was made very close to the election day. Now, this is relevant in this case because the issue at trial is whether the mayor suppressed the vote in this case, whether he intended to suppress the vote. And therefore, this goes to the credibility of Charlie Martin in this case and is admissible.
All right. I am going to allow Exhibit 18 to be received into evidence through the appropriate witness. The witness that I believe will be on the stand can authenticate that these are texts that were at least partially drafted by that witness. The answers, even though they may not be known as to the identity of the person, under the federal rules, it is quite routine to allow the other answer, the other side of a conversation to come in, even if it's sometimes hearsay, in order to complete the the thought or the information being conveyed by the author that is on the stand and who can be cross-examined. So I will allow Exhibit 18 to come in through the laying of a proper foundation.
Yes, Your Honor.
With that, petitioner is ready to proceed.
All right. Were there any additional motions from the respondent?
Yes, Your Honor, we have one motion in limine. Your Honor, this is a case about a mayoral election that took place in August of 2020. Due to the COVID pandemic, Mayor Marlon Francis of Magenta City was granted emergency powers to protect his citizens when they went to the polls to vote. And as a result, the mayor enacted safety procedures across all 4 boroughs, and he ultimately won this election by over 400 votes. Your Honor, our sole motion is to exclude any mention of police arriving to the petitioner Charlie Martin's campaign rally in armored trucks and riot gear. Charlie Martin held a total of 6 registration rallies, and at the final one, the mayor had to call the police because people were not following the masking and social distancing rules. However, there is no indication in the record that Mayor Francis called the police officers to arrive in armored trucks and riot gear. Moreover, there's no indication that Mayor Francis even has the authority to determine what the police arrived in. Therefore, we move to exclude this evidence as misleading the jury under Federal Rule of Evidence 403, as well as irrelevant under Federal Rule of Evidence 401. Reference to this can be found on page 38, lines 30 through 33 of the electronic notebook.
All right. Plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor, we would respond that this is actually incredibly probative to today's case. Contrary to what opposing counsel just said, it's actually a question as to why it is the mayor sent in the police to that voter registration event. And in fact, petitioner will contend that he did so in order to scare people away from exercising their right to vote. Testimony that he did so using a show of authority that involved riot gear and armored cop cars is probative in order to determine the actual motive in sending in those police. Therefore, this is probative and relevant to today's case on several levels.
All right. Defendant, the response?
Yes, Your Honor. While it is true that police did arrive to the rally, there is no indication that Mayor Francis was the one who called them to show up in armored trucks and riot gear. This will mislead the jury into thinking that it was Mayor Francis who specifically requested that they arrive to the rally in that fashion. We're fine with admitting that, yes, the police were called. However, the issue is whether they were called we were called to appear in riot trucks and armored gear by Mayor Francis.
May I respond?
Yep. Last word from plaintiff.
Your Honor, whether or not the mayor is the one who actually ordered the riot gear and armored cop cars is something that goes to weight, not admissibility. Any misleading value that might come out by the fact that we are unclear as to what exactly the mayor ordered does not substantially outweigh the relevant fact that as a result of his direct orders to the police showed up in riot gear and armored cars to scare people away from their right to vote. That is relevant to today's case, and it is not substantially outweighed by any misleading of the jury.
All right. I am going to agree with the plaintiff on this issue. I believe it is probative. Both sides can make argument of it as they see appropriate, but one could potentially conclude that the manner in which the officers arrived, that it was linked to the mayor wanting persons to be intimidated or the like. And at the same time, the opposing side can also argue that the mayor did not have anything to do with how the police arrived or in what manner or what kind of equipment. But I think that's more appropriate of a factual determination for the jury. So I will allow it, and both sides can make their appropriate arguments. Any further pretrial motions from plaintiff?
Nothing from petitioner, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm unsure as respondent has any more.
All right. And from respondent?
No further motions, Your Honor. However, pursuant to pretrial meet and confer with opposing counsel, both parties have agreed to exclude any evidence of the mayor meeting with the former head of Health and Human Services regarding vaccinations for school children of last year. And we've also agreed not to mention anything regarding the former deputy mayor prior to Andy De La Cruz and a taxpayer scandal that happened a few years ago.
All right. Is that your understanding, plaintiff, the exclusion of those facts?
Yes, to be clear, in regards to the vaccinations, we do intend to bring out the fact that as a result, that someone was fired after that conversation, but not the reason for their firing.
All right. Is that defendant's understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Very good. Anything else from respondent?
No, Your Honor, with that, respondent is ready for trial.
All right. Are both sides prepared then to proceed? From plaintiff
Yes, Your Honor.
and from defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. We're ready for opening statements. The plaintiff will go first. And is that Ms. Case? Will you be conducting the opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then we're ready to proceed. And Ms. Case, you may proceed.
All Mayor Francis cared about was winning. He just wanted to win. It's a single answer to a simple question. Why did Mayor Francis suppress the votes of Magenta City citizens during the mayoral election that occurred in August of this year? Because all he cared about was winning. On August 11th, Magenta City finally held a mayoral election 5 months overdue. The election was a disaster. Registration stations were closed, voting booths were reduced and diminished, voting machines in those booths were removed, the voting capacity was reduced, and for anybody who actually did show up and vote, police stationed outside to monitor the activity of everyone intimidated anybody who showed up. Even worse was the fact that these effects were more severe in Magenta City's largest and poorest districts, Bronxville and Macomb. This case is about that day. Mayor Francis, the man in charge of administering this election, suppressed votes on that day. But in order to understand why, we need to rewind all the way back to January, to February, to the days leading up to that original election date on March 24th. Those days are important because Mayor Francis was losing. For the first time in 12 years, Mayor Francis faced an opponent he could not beat, Councilman Martin, the petitioner in today's case and our client. Councilman Martin was born and raised in the very districts that were slipping through the mayor's fingers. Every day that brought the mayor closer to that original election date was just another day that the mayor fell further in the polls. But just as he was about to lose everything, a gift from the state's governor, emergency powers to implement restrictive safety rules and to change the administration of the very election that the mayor was a candidate in. This, the mayor did with fervor. Throughout the course of this trial, you will hear testimony and see evidence which will show that every action that the mayor took after receiving these powers was taken to ensure his re-election as mayor of Magenta City. The first thing that the mayor did was to postpone the election 5 months. Why? Well, the mayor said it himself, directly to his deputy mayor, Mr. Andy De La Cruz, who will testify today. Because, quote, it would give him more time to convince the public that he was the right leader for such a challenging time, and he wouldn't get any flack about it because of the pandemic, end quote. The second thing that the mayor did was to cancel the campaign events of his opponent, Councilman Martin. 3 weekends into Councilman Martin's voter registration events, and after their demonstrated record-breaking success, Mayor Francis had enough. And as Mr. Martin himself will testify, Mayor Francis sent over 100 police officers in armored cars and riot gear into Councilman Martin's voter registration events, dispersing would-be voters and arresting anybody who didn't leave. Why? Because all the mayor cared about was winning. The third and most important thing that the mayor did was to implement the safety protocols that are the reason why we are here in court today. The overly restrictive safety rules that suppressed votes. The police, the lack of voting machines, the lack of voting booths, disregarding the advice of the safety director that he had hired and his own deputy mayor, Mayor Francis implemented rules that were harsher and more restrictive than even the rules that the scientists had recommended. Why? Again, members of the jury, the mayor says it himself. Because, quote, he wasn't going to lose everything to Charlie Martin because of those ungrateful bastards in Bronxville and Macomb, end quote. Members of the jury, only one person in all of Magenta City used his power to postpone an election he feared he would lose. Only one person in all of Magenta City used his power to stop the campaigning of his opponent. Only one person in all of Magenta City used his power to implement safety rules so strict they suppressed votes. That person is Mayor Francis. And he's already admitted that by drastically reducing the number of voting machines, drastically reducing the number of voting booths, drastically reducing the voting capacity, he suppressed votes. Today is just about determining why. Mayor Francis suppressed votes because all he cared about was winning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Case. Ms. Verona, will you be delivering the opening for the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
It's March 2020, and Mayor Marlon Francis is ready for his third election. His spirits are high. The hard work of campaigning is done, and he feels confident that he is going to win this election, just like he'd won the last two. But with just 9 days to go before the election, the unthinkable happens. The mayor is told that the governor has just declared a state of emergency due to a global pandemic called COVID-19. Within minutes, the governor signs an order giving the mayor emergency powers to protect his citizens. Within hours, the mayor uses those powers to delay the upcoming election. And within days, a deadly virus has literally put the world on pause. Mayor Francis is forced to face a challenge that most leaders could never imagine. But today you'll learn that he met that challenge head on by preparing, planning, and ultimately protecting the citizens of Magenta City. Today, the issue for you to decide is whether Mayor Francis will be allowed to continue doing the job that our citizens elected him to do. As Judge Lovrick will instruct you, in order to overturn that election, the petitioner must prove to you by the greater weight of the evidence that Mayor Marlon Francis intentionally tried to prevent people from voting in order to give himself an advantage. But today we're confident that they'll fail to meet that burden, because instead, the evidence will show two things. First, that Mayor Francis used appropriate precautions to control COVID-19. And second, that he made fair decisions to ensure a safe election. So let's take a look at the first thing the evidence will show, that Mayor Francis used appropriate precautions to control COVID-19. But before we talk about what he did, I'd like to tell you a little bit about who he is. This is Mayor Marlon Francis. He was born and raised right here in Magenta City, and he's proudly served as our mayor for the last 12 years. He's dedicated his career to public service, and he was honored to be re-elected in August of this year. Today, you'll have an opportunity to hear from the mayor's son, Alex Francis, who shares his father's commitment to public service and proudly serves as his father's chief of staff. Alex Francis will tell you that as soon as the governor issued the executive order on COVID, Mayor Francis moved quickly. He created the COVID Deterrence Committee, or the CDC for short, made up of respected members in the medical community who could offer the mayor advice on the safest way to handle the pandemic. To head up the CDC, the mayor chose Dr. Terry Abbott, the Director of Health and Human Services, who has a background in the study of infectious diseases. And from the beginning, Dr. Abbott advised the mayor that COVID was highly contagious and extremely dangerous, and she recommended that he take immediate action to stop the spread. And as a result of that advice, the mayor delayed the upcoming election, a decision that you'll learn was strongly supported by Dr. Abbott and even the mayor's opponent, the petitioner Charlie Martin. Now, unfortunately, the mayor, like many of us in the early stages of the pandemic, didn't fully appreciate just how easily this virus could spread. So when the mayor agreed to allow the annual York Fest Carnival to take place in April, he wasn't expecting that not wearing masks or social distancing would lead to a 15% spike in COVID infections just 2 weeks later. But you'll hear that the mayor learned from his mistake, and he immediately implemented the mandatory mask and social distancing rule that Dr. Abbott had recommended. And Dr. Abbott will tell you that at that point, she advised the mayor that he needed to shut down any large gatherings if people failed to follow the safety rules. Now, opposing counsel just told you that the mayor shut down a rally outside of City Hall in June because he was upset with the large number of people registering to vote for Charlie Martin. But what they didn't tell you is that the mayor had allowed Martin to hold a total of 5 rallies in the weeks before that, and only shut down the June 14th rally after personally seeing over 1,000 people without masks, not distancing, and loudly chanting in a crowd. And Dr. Abbott will tell you that she believes that shutting down that rally and canceling Charlie Martin's future rallies is exactly what the mayor needed to do to limit the spread of the virus. And even after shutting the rally down, there was still a 10% spike in COVID infection rates. This brings me to the second thing the evidence will show, that Mayor Francis made fair decisions to ensure a safe election. Now, opposing counsel told you about polling information and how the mayor was worried because he wasn't polling strong in the boroughs of Bronxville and Macomb. But again, what they didn't tell you is that Mayor Francis had never polled well in those boroughs, but that he'd won the last 2 elections anyway. Because, well, historically, those 2 boroughs just don't show up to vote. And members of the jury, there will be no dispute that the election procedures adopted by Mayor Francis did make it harder for some people to vote. But as Dr. Abbott will tell you, when trying to prevent the transmission of a deadly virus, some limitations are just unavoidable. But you'll learn that those procedures, well, they were applied evenly across the city. And they were the safest ones that could have been used. And because of those procedures adopted by Mayor Francis, we saw absolutely no increase in the COVID infection rates due to the election. The actions taken by Mayor Francis, they weren't taken to suppress the vote. They were taken to stop the virus. The mayor prepared, he planned, He ultimately protected the citizens of Magenta City, and that's why at the end of this trial, my co-counsel is going to stand before you and ask you to return the only just verdict, a verdict finding the 2020 mayoral election valid.
All right, very good. Ms. Rona, thank you very much. Is plaintiff ready to proceed with presenting their case?
Yes, Your Honor. Petitioner calls Charlie Martin to the stand.
All right, Ms. Cleo, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Martin.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Martin?
I'm the city councilman for the borough of Bronxville in Magenta City.
How did you become city councilman?
Well, I was born and raised here in Magenta City, and Bronxville has always been my home. Then for a while, I went off to college at Syracuse and tried to figure out what I'd do, and I ended up going to Cornell Law School.
What did you do after law school?
Well, I immediately came back after I graduated. Started working in community organization. Did that for about 5 years, and then I figured I could make a change from within the system better. So that's when I ran for city councilman, and I got elected.
I'd like to start by talking a little bit about the city where you're from, Magenta City. Could you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, Magenta City is admittedly a little rough around the edges, but like I said, it's my home. It's comprised of 4 boroughs. I mentioned that I'm from Bronxville. That's one of them. There's also Macomb, East Egg, and Caulfield.
And would you recognize a map of the city if I showed it to you today?
I would.
Your Honor, permission for petitioner to share their screen with what's been marked as exhibit, or what's been entered as Exhibit 2.
You may do so, I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin, can you see what's on the screen in front of you?
And yes.
Could you tell us what that is?
Yeah, it looks like a map of Magenta City, and it seems to be indicating those 4 boroughs that I just mentioned.
I'd like to talk a little bit about those boroughs. You mentioned you were from Bronxville. Could you tell us about that one?
Yeah, as you can see here, Bronxville is the geographically largest borough. It also happens to be the poorest of the 4 boroughs. And population-wise, it's got about double the population, or a little bit more actually, than say like East Egg or Caulfield.
What about the borough below it, Macomb?
Yeah, like you said, that's Macomb. Very similar to Bronxville, also geographically large, also has a population about double the size of those two boroughs on the east there, and also not very affluent.
Could you tell us a little bit about those 2 boroughs on the east?
Yeah, those are East Egg and Caulfield. They're geographically smaller, population-wise, much smaller than the first 2 boroughs. Much more affluent, though, and historically they've thrown their support to Mayor Marlon Francis in political races, that is.
At this time, petitioner will stop sharing its screen with Exhibit 2. Mr. Martin, we're here to talk about a mayoral election, the one from 2020. Are you familiar with that?
In Magenta, the one in Magenta City, I am, yes.
How are you familiar?
Well, I ran against the incumbent, Marlon Francis.
When did you decide to run?
I announced my campaign in July of 2019.
Why did you decide to run?
Well, I mean, simply put, I thought that I was the better fit for the job over the incumbent, Marlon Francis. Part of the reason that I decided to run is because I was sick of watching the rich and the powerful of the city take advantage of those less fortunate. I was also tired of watching desperation and poverty grow in those same populations that were being taken advantage of. So I wanted to give them representation. I announced my candidacy, and I promised to bring real change to the community.
Earlier, we were talking a little bit about the different boroughs and their different demographics. Were there certain boroughs that you were targeting in your campaign?
Yes, there were.
Which ones?
Bronxville and Macomb specifically.
Why Bronxville and Macomb specifically?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm from Bronxville, but there were really two reasons. The first being that my campaign needed numbers, and those, like I said, are the more populous boroughs. The second is that, my campaign message seemed to really resonate there. So we started focusing our attention there more.
As a part of your campaign, did you keep up with the polling numbers in each of the districts?
I did. I checked out the CNY Politico polls pretty much every week.
And would you be able to recognize a summary of those polls if I showed them to you today?
Yes, I would.
At this time, Your Honor, permission to share our screen with what's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 4.
Yes, you may do so.
Mr. Martin, can you see what's on the screen there?
I can, yes.
And could you tell us what those are?
Yeah, it looks like a summary of my polling from the mayoral race over the past year in Magenta City.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about how you were polling. When you announced your campaign in 2019, how were you doing in Bronxville and Macomb?
Well, with Bronxville, you can see that I came out of the gates really hot. I was up at around, 90% there. And then with Macomb, obviously you can see that it's lower, but still good. A little less than 50%, 45%-ish.
And how were you polling in East Egg and Caulfield when you originally announced your candidacy?
I mean, you can see that they're lower for sure, but like I said earlier, they were the least populous boroughs, and we really weren't interested in them strategically for the campaign.
And how did those numbers change over the course of the election?
Well, with Bronxville, I remained consistently high. With those other, smaller boroughs, I had gained some, didn't lose anything really concerning to me. But in that Macomb borough, I really had won them over apparently, because we were up at about 67% by the end of the campaign.
At this time, Petitioner will stop sharing its screen with Exhibit 4. Councilman Martin, you mentioned that you were able to get some of your polling data to change over the course of your campaign. What strategies did you use to do so?
Well, two things, in my opinion, that a campaign kind of needs strategically are, motivate registration and then motivation to vote. And so in order to instill that in the target bases that I wanted, Macomb and Bronxville, I held voter registration drives.
When did these voter registration events occur?
They occurred every weekend, each day, every weekend from the last weekend in May until the second weekend in June.
And given that there was a pandemic going on in the year 2020, were there safety precautions taken at these events?
Yes, absolutely. At these events, to my eye, everybody was doing what they could. It looked like, to my eye, people were wearing masks, social distancing. I'm not going to say that it was perfect. The safety precautions were perfect, but it was as safe as it could be.
While you were holding these events, would you say they were successful?
At first, not really. I registered about 50 voters that first weekend each day, and about 100 the next weekend each day. That third weekend, though, it looked like we'd gained quite a bit of momentum to me, because it looked like 1,000 people showed up on June 13th specifically, and then the next day it looked like even more people showed up than that.
To your knowledge, was the mayor present for any of these voter registration events?
Not physically, no, but we held all these rallies outside of City Hall. And so, sometimes I would look up at his office, and there he would be, just looking down at us, just shaking his head.
You mentioned earlier that you stopped holding these events in about mid-June. Why did you stop?
Mayor Francis canceled my permits to hold any more events.
When did he cancel those permits?
It was after my event on June 14th.
Right. I'd like to talk a little bit about June 14th. How did that day begin?
Well, it started like any other day. You know, we were going to have our voter registration drive. I showed up, was doing my thing. We had our table set up and everything, and then, like I said, you know, throughout the day, it looked like more and more people were showing up, more than 1,000, surely, at least to my eye. And you know, and a lot of the people there, they started getting kind of vocal.
How do you mean vocal?
Well, like, you know, they were chanting stuff like, you know, vote him out, F Francis, that kind of thing.
When you heard people chanting, vote him out, was the mayor there then?
Again, no, not physically, but he was, you know, again, in that office in City Hall. And I looked up and I saw him looking down at us like he always did during these rallies.
And what, if anything, did you see the mayor do when you heard people shouting, vote him out?
Well, he was just staring at us for a while, and then, you know, and then it looked like somebody handed him the phone, and then he walked away from the window.
What happened after someone handed the mayor the phone?
Well, you know, about 30 minutes later, I'm not gonna, you know, sugarcoat it. All hell broke loose. You know, it looked like these armored cars and police cars came screeching in. It looked like about 100 officers, and I'm not talking about your average police officer. I'm talking about officers in riot gear and with riot shields. They jumped out. People started fleeing, and those that didn't flee were led away by the police. I mean, it was terrifying.
All right, let's move on and talk about the election itself. When did the election actually take place?
It finally took place on August 11th, 2020.
And how were you doing in the polls just prior to the election?
Well, my numbers in July, they look great to me. You know, we had just looked at them a few minutes ago, but hadn't really lost or gained much in those smaller boroughs, was consistently high in Bronxville, but we really started to see that uptick in Macomb, and that looked great to me. I also, you know, managed to register like over 30% more voters for the mayoral race than I did for my councilman race the year before. So things were looking good to me.
And what was the outcome of the election?
I mean, despite all of our efforts, we simply couldn't change the fact that that Francis was running the show, and we lost the election by 402 votes.
No further questions.
All right, very good, Ms. Case. Defendant, who will do the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Verona, you may proceed.
Mr. Martin, as you just explained on direct examination, you're a councilman.
Yes,
Before becoming councilman, you knew who Mayor Francis was,
I did.
but you weren't very familiar with him.
Not too familiar with him, no.
That's right. In your own words, you didn't personally know the inner workings of his office.
Yes.
But despite that, you attacked the mayor during your city council campaign.
Yes, as city councilman, I have to, you know, take responsibility for the mayor. And if that means attacking him and for the public to see, then that's what it means.
You called him crooked.
I did. I still do to this day. He is crooked.
You called him corrupt.
I called his administration corrupt, yes.
But to be clear, you never produced evidence of either.
At any time, no. I just that's my personal opinion of him. He is crooked, and his administration is corrupt.
Well, you said those things because it helped open doors for you.
I said them because I believe them.
Well, you believe them so much because in your own words, you said that it was advantageous to attack the mayor at that time.
Yeah, it helped keep me in the public's eye. That's right.
Even though you had no evidence that he was crooked or corrupt.
Objection, Your Honor. Rule 403. This is not only cumulative, but it is also substantially more prejudicial than probative at this point.
Verona?
Your Honor, this is going directly to this witness's credibility and bias, as well as his motivation for bringing this case today.
Objections overruled. You may continue, Ms. Verona.
Mr. Martin, in 2019, you decided that you wanted to become the mayor.
That's right.
So in your own words, you started campaigning like crazy
I did. Yes.
because you really wanted to win this election,
Yes, I did.
but you didn't win.
That's what the vote tally shows. Yes.
You were devastated when you lost.
Yes, I was. I am.
So devastated that you brought this lawsuit against Mayor Francis.
Yes, I believe there was some chicanery going on that led to my losing that election.
Okay, well, we'll talk about your beliefs in a moment, but if you win this lawsuit today, the election results will be overturned.
Yes, rightfully so.
And then you'll automatically become the mayor.
Yeah, the will of the people will be restored. That's true.
You claim that Mayor Francis intentionally suppressed citizens from voting.
He also, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
Let's talk about why you think that. You mentioned on direct examination that you held some rallies.
Yes.
It's your opinion that Mayor Francis canceled your rallies for political reasons.
Yes, it is.
You wanted to have rallies every weekend up until the election.
I did. Yes.
Your first rally was on a Saturday.
It was. Yeah.
Then you had one that Sunday.
Yes, June 1st.
You had one the next Saturday.
Yes. I'm sorry. That would have been May 31st. I got my months messed up. Yeah, but yes.
And again that Sunday.
Yes.
And you had one the next Saturday.
Yes.
And then your final rally was on June 14th.
Yep. Yes, it was.
So you had a total of 5 rallies before the mayor had to cancel your 6th one.
Yes, that 6th one happened to be the most vocal against the mayor and with the most people in attendance. But yes, that's true.
You also claim that Mayor Francis implemented restrictive voting procedures to get an advantage.
Yes, I do.
But that hasn't always been your opinion, has it?
How do you mean?
Your Honor, I have a copy of a series of text messages which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 25 for identification. This item can be found on page 76 of the electronic notebook. Mr. Martin, you have a copy of Exhibit 18. Your Honor, I have a copy of a series of text messages which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 18 for identification. Mr. Martin, you have a copy of Exhibit 18 for identification?
I do. I'm just scrolling to it right now. Yeah, okay, I'm looking at it.
Directing you to Exhibit 18, you recognize it?
Yes.
It's a series of text messages between you and Andy De La Cruz.
Some of these are my text messages. I do not recall who I was texting.
Well, to be clear, the blue text messages are yours.
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is a fair and accurate depiction of your text messages.
Yes, but again, I don't recall who I'm texting here. So I'm not going to say that it was Andy De La Cruz on the other line.
But as you just stated, the blue ones are yours, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, respondent moves Exhibit 18 into evidence.
Ms. Calio, and Ms. Calio, I want to apologize. I referred to you as Ms. Case when you're done with direct. I'm sorry about that. That's what happens when these glasses get a little thicker. I can't read my own writing. So,
Absolutely. All right.
but Ms. Calio, what do you say to that as far as the introduction of Exhibit 18?
I'd object, Your Honor. Once again, lack of foundation. Well, may I be heard?
Yes.
While opposing counsel has established that these are the councilman's text messages and the date on which they were sent, she's provided absolutely no foundation as to what this conversation was about, with whom these text messages were with, and what they and how it, if at all, they pertain to today's case. As a result, they should not be admitted as they lack foundation.
All right. Ms. Verona?
Your Honor, this witness is able to authenticate these text messages as he's just indicated that these text messages are his.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Very briefly.
My objection is not as to authentication. It's simply to a lack of foundation as to any context for these messages and how, if at all, they would be relevant to today's case, as there's been no foundation laid as to who they are with, whether they were with any other party in today's case, or even if they're about the election at all.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Okay, Ms. Verona, very briefly as well.
Yes, Your Honor, this just goes to the weight, not the admissibility of these text messages.
I agree with Ms. Verona. I'm going to admit Exhibit 18. They're admissible as far as how much weight. The parties can argue that to the jury, and I will instruct them also as to that. But Exhibit 18 will come into evidence.
May I publish Exhibit 18 for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Verona.
Rima, can you please pull up Exhibit 18? Thank you. Mr. Martin, we were just speaking about these text messages. Shortly before the election, Mayor Francis announced the election safety procedures.
Yes, he did.
These text messages were sent on August 10th.
Yes, they were.
That's the day before the election.
Yes, it was.
As we just stated, these blue text messages are yours.
As far as I remember, yes.
In that first blue text, you're talking about an announcement that was made.
That's what it says. I said, yeah.
At this point on August 10th, you knew what the election safety procedures were going to be.
Yes.
That second blue text on the screen is also from you.
Yes, but again, I can't remember what any of this was about. I have no clue. I have no clue who I'm talking to, for that matter. But yes, these are my messages. I just don't know what it's about.
In that message from you, you are saying that the sad thing is that's probably what I would have done.
That is what I said, yes.
And then you're going on to say that over precaution is better than less.
Yep, I did say that.
And to be clear, you didn't file a lawsuit when you found out what the safety plan was going to be.
No, I was waiting to see if Mr. Mayor Francis's tactics didn't work out for him.
Well, you only filed the lawsuit when you lost the election.
I did, yes. I believe there was some backwards things going on, yeah.
And now in this lawsuit today, you're claiming that the safety procedures were too restrictive.
Yes, I am. That's true.
But in these text messages, you're saying that over precaution is better than less.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I have to agree with the most restrictive election safety measures I've ever seen. That is what I said, but that doesn't mean that.
Rima, can you please take down Exhibit 18? You think that the safety plan discouraged voting?
Yes.
Because you claim that 5,000 people called your office to complain after the election.
Yes, I do.
But you didn't get their names.
I didn't have time to, no.
Or their addresses?
Same thing. I didn't have time to get their names, addresses, where they're from, why they were discouraged, anything like that.
You didn't have time to get their phone numbers?
Same thing, no.
In fact, you can't even give us a telephone bill showing that these people called your office at all.
No, I can't. I didn't think to do that. No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Calillo, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. I ask that the witness be excused.
All right, very good. Mr. Martin, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Plaintiff may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, petitioner calls Mr. Andy Dela Cruz.
All right, very good. This case got it right this time, I think. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Dela Cruz. Please introduce yourself.
Andy Dela Cruz. That's my name.
And where are you from, Mr. Dela Cruz?
I'm from here, Magenta City. That's where I grew up. I left for a few years to go to school and law school, but right after I came back.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I was the deputy mayor here in Magenta City until fairly recently.
What were your responsibilities as deputy mayor?
Deputy mayor, you work on some legislative issues with the mayor, working on some smaller public events, and also helping with the political side of things.
Who else worked in your office?
So obviously I worked with Mayor Francis. I also worked with his son, Alex, who is also the chief of staff in the mayor's office.
Mr. Dela Cruz, are you familiar with the petitioner in today's case, Councilman Martin?
I am, yeah. Charlie and I actually go back to law school together. And that's also when we were attending law school together at Cornell is when I found out that he is actually my half brother by blood.
How often are you in touch with Mr. Martin?
So Charlie and I talk, every couple of months, and he's asked me to keep him updated, or he did ask me to keep him updated on the things that were going on in the mayor's office.
Did you find that unusual at all?
No, I mean, Charlie's on the council, and part of their position is to oversee the executive, obviously. So he's, has every right to that information.
Did you ever share any information with Councilman Martin?
Yeah, I shared information about, legislation, speeches, things like that were going to come up anyway, but I wouldn't share things that were sort of internal political files, things like that.
What access, if any, did you have to those internal files that you just mentioned?
Substantial access, mostly with respect to polling data. The mayor would ask me for polling data. I would get the polls for him on Mondays and Fridays and bring him in for discussion with him and his chief of staff and talk about them.
Let's spend a little bit longer on those polls then. Which polls did you reference when you were reviewing that information?
So we had two sets of polls that the mayor was relying on. And those were the CNY Politico polls, which are a public set of polls. And then we had our own internal polls as well.
Would you recognize the CNY Politico polls if you saw them today?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that I am now sharing my screen with what has been pre-admitted in pretrial as exhibit number 3. Mr. Dela Cruz, can you see the exhibit on your screen?
Yes, I can.
What are we looking at?
So these are the CNY Politico polls from the 2020 mayoral election, stretching all the way from September to the election in August.
Mr. Dela Cruz, according to these polls, how was Mayor Francis doing leading up to the original election date in March?
So in March, he was doing well in two of the smaller boroughs in Caulfield and East Egg. You can see that's the blue and green line on there. Maybe getting around 75, 90% of the vote. And then, around 80% of the vote in those two boroughs. And substantially less in Bronxville and Macomb, maybe around 30% of the vote in Bronxville and Macomb. And that's the orange and gray lines you can see there on March of 2020.
What about leading up to the election date after it was postponed? How was the mayor doing then?
So you can see it's pretty much the same. We've got high 90s or low 90s, in East Egg and Caulfield for August of 2020, but still not breaking 30% in Bronxville and Macomb.
Let the record reflect that I'm now no longer sharing my screen with exhibit number 3. Mr. Dela Cruz, where was the mayor when you reviewed these polls?
In his office. Yeah, in City Hall, excuse me.
Were you ever with him when you reviewed the polls?
Yes. Like I said, on Mondays and Fridays, he would want me to bring the polls to him and, I would see his reaction to them.
How was that reaction?
The mayor expressed a lot of concern about the polls. And he was constantly harassing me about them, even before they came out on Mondays and Fridays to say, hey, Andy, where are the polls? I want to see them. And as soon as I'd bring them in and we would see the data about Bronxville and Macomb, the mayor would be talking on and on about how we needed some new policies or something new to pull more votes in Bronxville and Macomb. He was constantly talking about it.
And just more generally, to what extent, if any, was your role in the mayor's campaign election campaign, excuse me?
It was more or less what I talked about, just with respect to the polling and discussions about that. And I also worked on some of the election safety procedures as well.
Okay, now I'd like to talk a little bit more about how the COVID-19 pandemic affected the mayor's campaign. How did your office first hear about COVID-19?
So the first time it really changed what we were doing was in March of 2020, because that's when the governor issued his executive order.
What was in the executive order?
So the executive order gave the mayor the authority to change election protocols and also to make public safety pronouncements, close non-essential businesses, limit public gatherings, things like that.
To your knowledge, did Mayor Francis ever use either of these two powers?
He did. I was there on occasions when he limited public gatherings, and I was also aware of several times that he altered election procedures.
Okay, so let's take those two powers in turn, starting with the limiting of the public gatherings. How did you see Mayor Francis limit public gatherings?
Well, I saw him on June 14th. I saw him call the police on one of Charlie's voter registration drives, and I saw the police break up the rally.
Were you aware of any other events that were happening during the summer of 2020?
Yes, there were two large civic events. There was one called York Fest, which is in April, and another one called Founders Day, which was in July.
What is York Fest?
York Fest is sort of a carnival that the police and firefighters put on, and usually the mayor gives a speech at that event.
What, if any, safety measures did you see Mayor Francis implement for York Fest?
Objection, Your Honor, lacks foundation.
Ms. Case?
Your Honor, the witness has testified that as the deputy mayor to Mayor Francis, the witness worked every day in the office with the mayor, was involved in helping to implement the two powers that the mayor received from the executive order, and therefore would have personal knowledge about what, if any, safety procedures were implemented during the course of the summer of 2020.
Is it, am I pronouncing correctly, Ms. Sahakian?
Sahakian, Your Honor. That's
Sahakian?
correct.
Any last response to that?
Yes, Your Honor. This witness was not present at the York Fest Festival this year and therefore lacks foundation to say what safety precautions were actually in place. Now, the person can be in the office and talk about the safety restrictions, but he doesn't know exactly what restrictions were in place because he wasn't there.
I'm going to overrule it. I'm going to allow it. I think the witness has enough of a direct basis to formulate an answer, and then obviously counsel can cross-examine on that topic. So you may proceed, Ms. Case.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dela Cruz, to repeat my question, what, if any, safety procedures did the mayor implement for York Fest that you ever became aware of?
I spoke to the mayor about the safety procedures for York Fest before it happened. I recommended to him that he either cancel it or put in place some mask and social distancing requirements. And the mayor told me that he wouldn't be doing that.
And what about Founders Day? Did you go to Founders Day?
I did attend Founders Day over the summer.
What is Founders Day?
I'm sorry, Ms. Case, what was your question?
Sorry, what is Founders Day?
Founders Day is a celebration of the anniversary of Magenta City being founded, as the name might suggest.
Did the mayor attend Founders Day this year?
He did. He gave a speech.
And to your knowledge, what, if any, safety procedures did the mayor implement for Founders Day?
I don't know what was recommended. I do know that the rally, or excuse me, the event was not broken up by police or anything like that.
Now I'd like to return to the second power that you mentioned earlier, which is the power to change the administration of elections. How did you see Mayor Francis use that power, if at all, during the summer?
Well, the first thing he did was order the March election be suspended.
Did he say anything to you at the time about why he did that?
He did. He said that there was a need for more time to convince people that he was the right choice, and that, you know, rescheduling the election wouldn't get him any criticism because of the pandemic.
And what about leading up to the second rescheduled election? How, if at all, did you see the mayor use his power there?
Well, I was present for the discussions on July 31st, about 2 weeks before the election, where we discussed the safety protocols that were going to be used for that election.
Who was that meeting with?
Well, first I met with Dr. Abbott, the Director of Health and Human Services. She had come to the office to make her recommendations, but I couldn't find the mayor anywhere. So I just met with her and we talked.
How did that meeting go?
Well, Dr. Abbott made her recommendations to me and essentially recommended a sort of sliding scale of restrictiveness, which was basically that as the infection rate went up, that more restrictive election protocols should be used, you know, more voting sites shut down, stuff like that. So I went and then took those to the mayor to tell him about them.
And what happened when you spoke to the mayor about the recommendations?
Well, I just repeated to the mayor what Dr. Abbott had said to me and what Dr. Abbott was recommending. And the mayor was talking about something completely different.
How do you mean?
Yeah, he was going on and on at the time about how he was still talking about the polls. He was saying, I'm going to lose everything to these ungrateful bastards in Bronxville and Macomb. I'm going to lose everything to Charlie Martin. That's what he was saying.
Do you know if the mayor ever made a decision about which protocols to implement?
Well, I told him that he had to make a decision, because if he didn't make a decision, then nobody was going to be able to vote because the protocols would be too restrictive.
And what happened after you said that?
Well, Alex was there, and that's when he went over and he shut the door to the mayor's office.
And then what happened?
Well, Alex asked me again about the protocols, about whether or not people would be able to vote. And I told him again, if they were too restrictive, people wouldn't be able to vote. And that's when Alex and the mayor looked at each other, and the mayor said, "Thank you for making my decision so simple."
Was that the end of the meeting?
That was the end of the meeting for me. The mayor told me to go call the election commission. And then shortly after that, I had a family emergency, so I wasn't in the office after July 31st. My phone was off. I was out of town.
Mr. Dela Cruz, did you ever find out which protocols were used in the August 11th election?
I did. I heard Alex and the mayor announcing them at a press conference after I got back in mid-August.
What protocols were those?
It was something way more restrictive than what I or Dr. Abbott had recommended.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, very good, Ms. Case. Ms. Saakian, are you going to be cross-examining?
Yes, Your Honor. Perfect
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Dela Cruz, let's talk about your involvement in this case. You're related to the petitioner, Charlie Martin.
I am.
Charlie Martin is your brother.
Half brother, yes.
And you're here testifying on your brother's behalf.
Correct.
You stay loyal to your family members, don't you?
Well, I think everybody, feels warmly towards their family. I certainly feel warmly towards Charlie.
Well, you feel so warmly against Charlie that you do anything for your family member.
I don't think that's accurate, no.
Well, you're aware that Charlie Martin has done a lot for you, right?
Yes, he helped me get the position as deputy mayor.
In your own words, to get that position, your brother had to convince the city council to vote for you.
That's what he told me, yes.
But after the election, you were fired.
Yes, I was.
And you're still unemployed.
Yes.
And you know that if your brother wins this lawsuit today, he gets to become mayor.
Yes.
And he told you that he's making you his chief of staff.
No, he did not.
Is it your testimony that your sibling did not promise you that he would make you he would make you his chief of staff, excuse me.
It is. He never said that.
Well, you remember giving your testimony in a prior proceeding in this matter.
Yes.
At the time, you were asked questions and you answered them.
Yes.
Before you testified, you were asked to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth.
Yes.
And you did tell the truth.
Yes.
And then you reviewed that statement for its accuracy, right?
Yes.
Referring court and counsel to page 32, line 17 of the record. Your Honor, would you like me to share the witness's deposition on the screen?
Ms. Sakian, it's up to you if you want to first cross-examine or bring it to the witness's attention. You can do it either way.
I'll share it, Your Honor. Mr. Dela Cruz, you recognize this, right?
Yes.
This is your prior deposition.
Yes, it is.
And on page 32, line 17, you said, Councilperson Martin was making me his chief of staff. Did I read that correctly?
You did. And that's what I thought Charlie would do, but he never told me that.
But I read that correctly. He was making you his chief of staff.
You did. That's what I thought he would do, but he
And-
never promised me anything.
Okay, Mr. Dela Cruz, let's talk about your work as deputy mayor. As deputy mayor, you reported to Mayor Francis.
Yes.
And it was your job to be loyal to the mayor.
Yes.
But after you were appointed, your brother asked you to spy on the mayor.
That's not the term I would use.
Well, you did call the information that you received from your brother assignments, right?
Yes.
Those are your words.
Yes.
These assignments included giving advanced copies of the mayor's speeches to your brother.
Yes.
On top of that, these assignments included monthly updates about the mayor.
Yes.
You continued giving this information to your brother even after he had announced that he was running against the mayor.
Yes.
You claim you fed that information to your brother to help the public, right?
Yeah, the council's job is to oversee the mayor's office. And like I said before, I wasn't sharing political information.
But in your own words, this was more about politics than helping the public.
At times, Charlie would ask me for political information. Yes.
One of those assignments you gave to your brother was about a business development
Correct.
by tech giant Pear Computers,
Yes.
who wanted to move their headquarters to Magenta City, right?
Yes.
And your brother asked you for information on their development bid.
Yes.
And in your own words, he asked you to turn over the mayor's internal files.
Yes, that's correct.
Yet you gave those internal files to your brother, right?
I did. Again, it was something he was going to be entitled to anyway because the council was going to have to approve the deal.
Well, you mentioned that on direct, actually. You said that these were papers that he would have access to anyways, right?
Eventually, yes.
But we just took a look at your prior deposition. In that deposition, you never mentioned before that these are papers that he would have access to either way, right?
Again, a lot of these things I'm talking about, legislation, speeches, these are things that the mayor is going to be making public at some point. So even if they're not public, it's true that they weren't public at the time I shared them with Charlie. Many of them were eventually going to become public. So I apologize for any confusion there.
Well, bringing you back to my question was, you never mentioned at your deposition that these were going to be public information eventually.
Not specifically.
This is the first time we're hearing that today, right?
I thought it was pretty apparent from what I said in the deposition, but yes.
But yet we're hearing it for the first time in front of this jury.
I guess so.
And when you gave those confidential files to your to your brother, you told him it was a great bid.
Referring to the pair thing, that's correct, yes.
But within a week, your brother killed that bid.
He did.
And you told your brother that that development was actually legitimate, right?
That was what I thought.
You thought that that was an appropriate bid,
I thought so.
but your brother said that development would make the mayor look too good.
Yeah, Charlie was concerned about, the mayor's other priorities, his ethics, his policies. And so he made a calculation that, on balance, that killing the bid was the right thing to do.
Well, specifically in your brother's own words, he said about the pair bid, it would be bad if the mayor had that big of a win so close to the election. Those were his words.
Correct.
Well, let's talk about how your brother campaigned for that election. Your brother hosted campaign rallies, right?
Yes, voter registration drives.
And you said that on direct examination, the mayor shut down one of those rallies.
Yes.
But this wasn't your brother's first rally.
Correct. I had been told there were others.
He had 5 rallies before that.
Yes.
The mayor didn't shut any of those rallies down.
Not to my knowledge.
The rally that was shut down was on June 14th.
Yes.
And there were over 1,000 people at that rally.
Yes.
You saw violations of social distancing guidelines.
Minor violations.
That's right. You call those violations minor, right?
Extremely minor.
But after 3 hours of those violations, Mayor Francis got the police force involved.
He did.
He told you why he got them involved.
He did, yes.
He said he was taking every precaution to keep the public safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Ms. Sakain, what do you think?
Your Honor, we're not offering this statement for the truth of the matter asserted, rather for the effect. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Under Rule 8033, we're offering it as an exception to hearsay, the mayor's state of mind.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Mr. Dela Cruz, the mayor told you that safety was his #1 priority.
He saw me watching the rally, and he looked right at me and he said, "Remember, safety is my first priority."
And you'd agree that 13 days after your brother's rally, there was a 10% increase in COVID-19 cases.
Well, sure, but nobody knew that when Marlon canceled the rallies.
Well, it's still your testimony that people were following social distancing guidelines, right?
I'm sorry, at Charlie's rallies?
Yes.
Yeah, most people were.
Well, you mentioned York Fest on direct examination. You weren't at York Fest, right?
I was not.
But you did attend Founders Day.
I did.
And there were only 100 people at Founders Day.
That's correct.
Not 1,000 like Charlie Martin's rallies.
That's correct.
And in your own words, a great majority were wearing masks at Founders Day.
Yeah, I would say it was roughly the same as Charlie's rallies.
Well, after Founders Day, the spike was only 1%, right?
That's what I was told, yes.
Well, let's talk about the election day protocols. On July 31st, you met with the director of the CDC, Dr. Terry Abbott, right?
Yes.
You talked about the safety protocols for election day.
Yes.
Dr. Abbott presented you with the most restrictive plan for election day.
Yes.
And you agreed with the doctor's plan.
In what sense?
You never asked Dr. Abbott to cut back on any of the restrictions.
Well, I didn't make any decisions about it. I just took her suggestions to the mayor.
That's right. You took those suggestions and you just reported them back to the mayor.
Right.
But you recommended that they cut the number of machines in each location by 2.
Right. So I explained my recommendations to the mayor, and I also explained all of Dr. Abbott's recommendations to the mayor.
That's right. And you recommended that they increase the number of workers in every location.
Correct.
In fact, you know that the mayor ultimately cut the polling sites across all of the boroughs by 50%.
Yes, I believe that's correct. But for clarity, that wasn't what I recommended.
But he ended up cutting all of the boroughs by an equal percentage, right?
That's my understanding.
And he didn't just cut the polls in the boroughs that were polling against him.
No, but he did cut them more than was recommended by what Dr. Abbott had said. Yes.
But when you were suggesting these cuts, you weren't thinking about suppressing voting, were you?
I was not. No.
It was about keeping people safe.
Right.
And while you were at the mayor's office, you never heard him say anything about preventing people from voting.
No, but again, it was the interesting response to me that he said after I explained that these could keep people voting that I thought was suspicious.
Well, I'm not asking about any responses that were interesting to you. I'm asking whether he prevented anyone from voting, and he didn't say that to you, right?
He did not literally say that. That's correct.
You never heard him say anything about preventing people from registering to vote.
That's correct.
You never heard the mayor say anything about gaining an unfair advantage in this election.
Well, I would say that what the mayor said back in March was essentially to that effect. I mean, he was saying he was going to suspend the election to give himself more time to campaign.
But about the August 2020 election, you never heard him say anything about gaining an unfair advantage.
Not in those exact words, no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sakain. Ms. Case, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Mr. Delacruz, did Councilman Martin ever promise you a job after the results of the election?
No, that never happened. I obviously Charlie and I were close. I thought that, there'd be a job for me in the near future, but he never said that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Ms. Case, plaintiff, any more witnesses or any other exhibits to your direct case?
None, Your Honor. At this time, the petitioner is ready to rest its case in chief.
All right, very good. Before we do a break, is there any motion from the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. Respondent would like to make a motion outside of the presence of the jury.
All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 50, the respondent moves for a judgment as a matter of law. Even viewing the evidence in this case in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the petitioner, no reasonable jury could find that Mayor Francis intentionally intended to interfere with the election. The fact that there was a legitimate safety reason for putting in the safety precautions shows that Mayor Francis wanted to protect the safety of the citizens of Magenta City. The petitioner's own witness, Andy Delacruz, testified that these were recommendations brought forward by the director of the CDC. And therefore, Your Honor, the petitioner will not be able to meet their burden in this case, and respondent moves for a judgment as a matter of law.
All right, petitioner, plaintiff, how do you see it?
Your Honor, again, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the petitioner has met its burden of showing, or at least has showed, that a reasonable jury could find in favor of petitioner based on the testimony and the evidence that was brought out in our case in chief. First, Mr. Andy Delacruz testified that when Mayor Francis canceled the original March election, Mayor Francis said that he did it because he wanted to have more time to convince the public that he was the right person for such a challenging time and wouldn't get any flack for it. Mr. Martin testified that Mayor Francis, after looking down and seeing his voter registration events happening, sent over 100 police officers and riot gear, armored cars, and arresting individuals and scattering individuals, even though the majority of the people that were at that voter registration event were following mask and social distancing guidelines. Additionally, Mr. Andy Delacruz testified that on the day that the mayor made the decision about what safety protocols he would be implementing for the election, the mayor sat in a chair, put his head on the desk, and said that he was going to lose everything to Charlie Martin because of those ungrateful bastards in Bronxville and Macomb. And Mr. Andy De La Cruz did additionally just testify to the fact that Mayor Francis doubled cuts that were recommended to him by the CDC in 2 districts. And taking all of this evidence in light, most favorable to the petitioner, a reasonable jury could find in favor of this case.
All right, the court is going to deny the motion by the respondent. So next, I believe, bailiff, do we have a 5-minute break before we go to the case by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Whatever you would wish to have as far as timing would be appropriate, and I can also give the team a time check if they would want that as well.
Please.
So for the petitioner, you have 34 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and for the respondent, you have 36 minutes and 48 seconds remaining.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Calderon.
No
Right.
problem.
So is 5 minutes sufficient, Ms. Case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Sakain, how about for you guys?
That's perfect, Your Honor.
All right, so let's take a 5-minute recess and then we'll reconvene and continue, all right? Okay. All right. Are we ready to proceed? Is everyone back? Plaintiff?
Yes, petitioner is ready, Your Honor.
All right. And how about from respondent?
Respondent is ready, Your Honor.
All right. So we will then continue with the trial, and the respondent may present its case. And Ms. Sakain, you may proceed.
Your Honor, respondent calls Dr. Terry Abbott.
All right. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us what you do for a living.
Hello, my name is Terry Abbott, and I'm a medical doctor.
How long have you been a doctor?
14 years now.
Tell us about your educational background.
I got my MD from Upstate Medical Center in Syracuse and went on to complete my residency at Sibley Memorial in Washington, D.C., which is associated with Johns Hopkins.
What was your specialty during residency?
The analysis of infectious diseases, including their various types and how they spread in different communities.
Are you currently licensed to practice medicine here in the state of New York?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work now?
I'm currently the director of the Health and Human Services, also known as HHS, as well as the head of the COVID Deterrence Committee, or CDC.
How long have you been the director of Health and Human Services?
Over a year now.
What does Health and Human Services do?
It's our job to protect the health of our citizens by providing up-to-date information on diseases and any cures and vaccinations.
What do you do as director?
I have to stay up to date on all health concerns in our state, from analyzing new and old diseases to tracing where they began, how they spread, and what precautions to take to keep our people safe.
Your Honor, at this time, respondent tenders Dr. Abbott as an expert in public health and infectious diseases.
The objection, Ms. Case?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may proffer, I believe that opposing counsel has misrepresented the extent of this witness's knowledge, skills, training, and expertise in the experience of infectious diseases. The witness did complete a residency in 2008 related to infectious diseases, but during that residency only collected information. The analysis was actually performed by her supervisor at the time, and 10 years after that only worked in pediatrics. And because of this, I believe that the witness should not be certified as an expert under Rule 702.
Ms. Sahakian?
Yes, Your Honor. Under Rule 702, we have met our burden of establishing that Dr. Abbott can assist the trier of fact in this case to figure out whether the safety precautions that were in place were proper. Opposing counsel's other arguments go to the weight and not the admissibility.
The objection will be overruled, and Dr. Abbott will be permitted to render expert opinions based on her training. The remainder is for the jury to decide and what weight to give it. So, Ms. Sahakian, you can proceed.
Now that we know more about your background, let's talk about your involvement in this case. Please tell us how you became involved.
I was appointed as the director of the CDC by Mayor Francis. I provided him with updates and best practices on how to combat the COVID-19 virus.
We've all heard about COVID-19 recently. Tell us a little bit more about how it affects somebody who has it.
Sure. COVID-19 is a virus that triggers an upper respiratory tract infection in your throat, sinuses, and nose. It also attacks your windpipe and lungs.
How deadly is it?
It can range from mild to deadly depending on the individual. This virus is also highly contagious.
How contagious?
It can spread easily through person-to-person contact.
So if somebody comes in contact with someone who is positive for COVID-19, do they get sick immediately?
No, We determined that it takes generally between 10 to 14 days for people to show symptoms.
You mentioned that you determined the best practices to combat COVID-19. What materials did you review to determine those best practices?
At the CDC, we collect information on COVID cases, such as spikes in the number of cases, the location of spikes, and we perform contact tracing to understand how the disease spreads. That way we can determine how to stop it.
Are those the types of materials relied on by other experts in your field?
Yes, of course.
Were you able to form an opinion in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Dr. Abbott, what is your opinion?
It's my opinion that Mayor Francis implemented the best practices to have a safe election in August of 2020.
Let's talk more about COVID-19. When did the medical community first learn about the virus?
Around December of 2019, there was some chatter in the medical community about this new virus. We anticipated that it would spread, but no one could predict how bad it's gotten today.
Were you keeping Mayor Francis updated on COVID-19?
Yes, absolutely. I would provide him with any updates and new information so he could make the appropriate decisions. It really is a roller coaster with these new diseases.
You mentioned earlier that you were appointed as the head of the CDC. What was the first thing you worked on as CDC director?
I met with the mayor on March 15th and told him that he had to stop the spread. The first step in that would be to suspend the March 24th election.
How did the mayor respond?
He was really on top of it. He told me he'd already canceled it earlier that day.
Did you have any other recommendations?
Yes, I also recommended implementing mask and social distancing guidelines for social events.
Did the mayor follow your advice on that?
Not until there was a spike in cases when a social event took place in April.
What event was that?
That would be YorkFest. It's a social event for the kids hosted by the police and fire departments every year.
Were you aware that YorkFest was going to happen this year despite COVID-19?
No, I wasn't.
At the time, had there been talk about mandatory social distancing and masking requirements?
No, those were just suggestions at the time. We didn't know what the proper precautions were before YorkFest. It was really a learning opportunity for all of us.
Let's talk about the spikes that occurred after YorkFest. Your Honor, permission to post substantive stipulation 10. This can be found on page 20 of the record.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sharon, will you please post substantive stipulation 10 for me? Thank you. Dr. Abbott, showing you substantive stipulation 10, do you recognize it?
I do, yes.
What is it?
This is the data we created at the CDC showing the corresponding rates of infection for each month of 2020.
So how big was the spike in April?
As you can see in point B towards the top of this chart, it was a 15% spike.
Did the mayor take any steps to lower the risk of another spike?
Yes, he prepared and planned through weekly phone calls with us where he would receive updates and best practices. After
Objection,
that,
Your Honor, speculation as to the mayor's actions and to his preparation more specifically.
Ms. Sahakeen, what do you say?
Your Honor, we are not asking Dr. Abbott to speculate as to what the mayor was thinking. Rather, as the CDC director, she has personal knowledge of what the mayor did in conjunction with the CDC to prepare for this election.
Your Honor.
I agree. I'll allow it.
Dr. Abbott, what did the infection rate look like? Did the mayor take any steps to lower the risks of another spike?
yes, he did. He prepared and planned through weekly phone calls with us for updates and best practices. After that, he protected the citizens by implementing a mandatory mask and social distancing guideline.
So let's get back to that. question that I was asking you. What was the infection rate like after April?
As you can see in the chart, it was stable up until point L towards the middle of the chart when there was a 10% spike in June.
Based on that information, did you make any new recommendations?
I did. I recommended shutting down any large gatherings unless the mask and distancing rules were being followed. Putting people at risk like that just wasn't worth it.
Thank you, Sharon. You can take down stipulation 10. Dr. Abbott, are you aware that Mayor Francis canceled permits for rallies that Charlie Martin was hosting?
Yes, I am.
Did you agree with that decision?
Absolutely. In my opinion, it was the best decision.
Are you aware of an event called Founders Day?
Yes.
What is it?
My apologies. It's a small event that's been around ever since Magenta City was founded.
Based on the spikes that had occurred in April and June, did the CDC object to the mayor hosting Founders Day?
No. The CDC recommended that as long as the mask and distancing guidelines were being followed, the event could go on as planned.
Was there a spike in the COVID infection rate after Founders Day?
Because the mask and distancing rules were followed, it was very small, only 1%.
Based on this data that we just looked at, was there any indication to you that the mayoral election could be rescheduled after June?
Yes, the infection rates continued to stabilize, so I was optimistic that we could reschedule it to sometime in August.
Were there any meetings between you and the mayor's office to determine how to make that election safe?
Yes.
When was that?
That would be July 31st, when I met with the deputy mayor.
What recommendations did you make?
I explained to her all of the different protocol options the CDC and HHS had planned. One of my recommendations, the Doomsday Plan, was the most restrictive.
How did that plan work?
It reduced the number of polling places and machines in all of the boroughs, which minimized contact with the machines and reduced the capacity of the number of people allowed in a polling place at once. That would mean longer lines, but that wouldn't mean that people couldn't vote at all.
Did the mayor ever get in touch with you to discuss these protocols?
He did.
When was that?
Later that day. He called and asked me how these would affect the various boroughs, how to reinforce the safety protocols, and how to ensure that people followed them. I suggested using off-duty police.
Ultimately, what plan did the mayor use?
He went with the most restrictive plan I had presented to him. Ultimately, I was surprised because I had only recommended that protocol in the case of a large 10% spike, but ultimately, I think it was the best decision.
Why?
Of course, it was somewhat more restrictive than the other plans, but considering that people would be touching machines and come in close proximity to one another, the most restrictive plan made sense to me to implement.
Well, was there a spike in COVID cases in any part of the city after the election?
No, there wasn't.
Dr. Abbott, in your opinion, was it safe for the August 2020 election to occur without any safety protocols?
No, absolutely not.
Was there a vaccine for COVID-19 by the August 2020 election?
No, there wasn't.
Was there any indication to you that the safety protocols used by Mayor Francis were unnecessary?
No, they were all necessary.
Thank you, Dr. Abbott. Your Honor, nothing further.
All right, very well. Ms. Cates, you may cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Dr. Abbott. You're the director of Magenta City's Health and Human Services, right?
Yes.
And you actually mentioned on your direct examination that you gave recommendations to the mayor throughout the course of this summer, right?
Yes, I did.
Those recommendations were about how to administer events and elections safely.
Yes, as well as how to keep the people of Magenta City safe in general.
How to keep them safe from the COVID-19 pandemic, right?
Yes.
But doctor, your only experience in infectious diseases was during a residency that ended in 2008, wasn't it?
That was when I studied it, yes.
When you studied infectious diseases, that was in your residency in 2008?
Yes, that was my residency. It's
And
a specialty.
during the course of that specialization, you collected information, right?
Yes,
And then your supervisor analyzed that information.
yes,
And after your residency, you worked in pediatrics for 10 years, right?
yes, that was after my residency.
And then 2 years ago, you were hired to Magenta City's Health and Human Services.
I was.
You were hired by a former classmate.
Yes, the former Director Berger.
You were made Director of Health and Human Services 1 year later, right?
Yes,
By the mayor.
yes,
He actually hired you to that position moments after he fired the old director, didn't he?
yes.
He didn't interview you for that position?
No,
He didn't ask you for your qualifications?
no, but by that time I already worked at Health and Human Services.
He didn't consult anybody else in the room, did he?
No,
He just promoted you on the spot.
yes, as I said, I was already working there at the time.
Now I'd like to talk about the recommendations that you made to the mayor throughout the course of the summer, starting with the initial election in March. You called the mayor in March about that election, right?
I did. I recommended that he suspended immediately.
And he responded that he had already suspended the election, hadn't he?
Yes, and I was very pleased to hear that.
He had suspended it earlier that day,
Yes,
before he spoke with you.
yes, shortly before.
And it was at that meeting that you recommended that there be mask policies, right?
Yes, it was just a recommendation at the time.
You also recommended social distancing guidelines.
Yes,
Let's talk about another event that happened over the course of the summer, Yorkfest. Yorkfest happens every year in Magenta City, right?
yes, it's an annual event that really boosts morale around the city.
Large gatherings of people usually go.
Yes, it's an event hosted by the police and fire departments, and kids love it, so it usually draws a large crowd.
And this was in April, right?
Yes,
And the mayor didn't cancel Yorkfest, did he?
no, he didn't.
Now let's talk about another event that happened over the course of the summer. You mentioned on direct examination, Councilman Martin's voter registration events. You became
Yes.
aware of these events in June, right?
Yes, I did.
And you called the mayor to talk about them.
I did. I told him he needed to shut down large gatherings if people weren't following the rules.
And those rules were the mask policies, right?
Yes,
The social distancing policies.
yes,
And just like you mentioned, if those couldn't be followed, the events needed to be canceled, right?
yes,
Councilman Martin's voter registration events, they were drawing large amounts of people, weren't they?
I can't say I didn't attend any of them.
Nonetheless, when you gave these recommendations to the mayor responded he had already rescinded Mr. Martin's permit, hadn't he?
Yes, and I was very pleased to hear he'd done that.
He had done that earlier that day.
He had, based
Before
on what he saw, that there were large crowds and people weren't following the rules.
he did that before he spoke with you.
Yes, that's correct. Again, based on what he observed.
Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the August 11th election. You reached out to the mayor's office to talk about protocols for that election, right?
Yes,
And the way these protocols worked were the higher the infection rate leading up to the election, the more restrictive the protocols.
yes,
The most restrictive of those protocols was, as you mentioned, the doomsday protocols.
yes,
These protocols involved drastic reductions in voting machines,
yes,
drastic reductions in voting places,
yes, as well as drastically reducing the capacity at those locations.
right? And you shared all of that information with the mayor, didn't you?
I shared it with the deputy mayor first, and I received a call from the mayor later that day.
He had questions about these protocols, didn't he?
He did.
He asked you about how they would affect the election procedures.
Yes,
And later, you actually learned which protocols the mayor implemented for the election, didn't you?
I did. He chose the most restrictive options, which made sense to me.
Those restrictive options, they weren't your recommendations from the CDC, were they?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you mentioned on direct examination that the protocols that the mayor chose were a 50% cut across the board of all of these machines, of the voting places, right?
Yes, that's what he implemented.
That's what he implemented, but it's not what you recommended, is it?
Not based on the infection rates at the time.
Well, those infection rates, they weren't even close to 10%, were they?
No,
And what the mayor implemented actually was a protocol that doubled the cuts of voting booths in 2 of the districts, wasn't it?
yes,
Those districts were Bronxville and Macomb.
yes,
And you were shocked by that, weren't you?
initially.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Case, Ms. Saakian, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. May this witness be excused?
Yes. Dr. Abbott, thank you very much. You're excused. And defendant, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Respondent, call Alex Francis to the stand.
You may proceed, Ms. Verona.
Good evening. Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
Hi, my name is Alex Francis, and I'm the chief of staff to the mayor, who's also my father.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in public policy and a master's in government.
What'd you do after graduating?
I worked for a congressman and then a state senator and then a state secretary, all before I started working in the mayor's office.
Let's talk about the 2020 mayoral election. Did you play any role in that election?
I did. I was the mayor's campaign manager, and since it was my first time serving in that capacity, I made sure to brush up on the mayor's previous election so I'd be prepared.
When was that election originally supposed to take place?
It was initially scheduled for March, but after COVID hit, the governor issued an executive order which gave the mayor emergency powers to deal with the pandemic within the city, so the mayor rescheduled the election.
What else did the mayor do with those emergency powers?
He created the CDC and appointed Dr. Terry Abbott, the Director of Health and Human Services, as its director.
Let's talk about the mayor's campaign. As campaign manager, how did you determine how well the mayor was doing in the election?
Starting in about September of 2019, up until the election, the mayor and I would review the polls as they came out, and we would hold bi-weekly campaign meetings.
How is the mayor doing in the polls in March?
He was polling really well in Caulfield and East Egg, but not as well in Macomb and Bronxville. But based on what I had seen in the past, that didn't matter much because the voters in Macomb and Bronxville didn't turn out regardless of what the polls said.
Let's talk about an event called York Fest. Are you familiar with it?
I am. York Fest is an annual carnival that's held in April. It's put on by the police and fire departments, and the mayor makes an appearance.
Do you know if there was a spike in the infection rates after York Fest?
Yes, Dr. Abbott called me and informed me that there was a 15% spike after York Fest.
As the mayor's chief of staff, what did you do after learning about this spike?
Obviously, we realized that it was a problem, so the mayor and I got on a conference call with Dr. Abbott, who recommended that we immediately put in masking requirements and social distancing rules. So the mayor did that and then informed the public about it.
So,
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
Speculation. I objected a little bit earlier in the answer. I'm not sure I was heard. However, the witness testified that we were concerned about certain spikes in the data. And while the witness can testify as to his own state of mind and his own concerns, he cannot generalize that to the entire state of mind of the mayor's office, and most importantly, to the state of mind of the mayor himself.
Ms. Verona?
Your Honor, as the mayor's chief of staff and campaign manager, he has the personal knowledge to speak about what the mayor's office as an entity did relating to learning about this 15% spike?
May I respond, Your Honor?
Briefly, yes.
Once again, while the witness can testify as to things that the mayor did and his own state of mind, the witness cannot testify as to the mayor's state of mind and what was concerning to the mayor or why the mayor took certain actions. That is speculation, and to use this generalization of a we is to slip in some testimony as to what the mayor's state of mind is that the witness simply cannot testify to.
Okay. I think it's a close call, but I am going to allow it. I think generally speaking, you are correct, Ms. Kalia. But I think here the witness is relying on his state of mind, but also talking about what the general view of the entire office was based on his knowledge, presence, experience, being there, and so forth. So I'm going to allow it and leave it to the parties to argue that issue to the jury. Okay, you may proceed, Ms. Verona.
Mr. Francis, we were just speaking about what the mayor's office did, or my apology, we were just speaking about the spike that occurred in April. After there was a spike, what did the mayor's office do?
Right. So we were concerned about that spike. So we got on a conference call with Dr. Abbott, and she suggested that we immediately put in mandatory masking requirements and social distancing rules. So the mayor did that and then notified the public.
And after that rule was put in place, how were the infection rates?
Based on my weekly calls with the CDC, they were stable up until late June after Charlie Martin held what he called social injustice rallies.
How many rallies did Charlie Martin hold in total?
I believe it was 6 rallies over the span of 3 weekends. They were supposed to continue every Saturday and Sunday up until the election.
Were you present at any of the rallies?
I didn't personally attend them, but they were right outside of City Hall. So the mayor and I would watch out from the window.
And based on what you saw, were people following the mask and distancing rules during the first 5 rallies?
Generally, yes. We were pleased to see that people were wearing masks and staying distant.
And what about the last rally? Were people still following the rules?
No, that's when things got bad. The chaos level, the number of people went up. There was hundreds and hundreds of protesters without masks, screaming and chanting. That's when the mayor shut down the rally and revoked the Charlie Martin's permits.
Let's talk about the election. Was it eventually rescheduled?
Yes, it was rescheduled for August 11th.
Was there any talk about how to have a safe election during a pandemic?
There was. Dr. Abbott actually came by the mayor's office after the CDC had finalized a set of election procedures from the mayor to choose from.
And out of all of those plans, which plan did the mayor end up choosing for the election?
He chose the safest option recommended to him by the CDC.
And how do you know this?
He sent me an email stating that and then detailed the portions of that plan.
Your Honor, I have a copy of an email which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 25 for identification. This item can be found on page 83 of the electronic notebook. Mr. Francis, do you have a copy of Exhibit 25 for identification?
I do.
Directing you to Exhibit 25 for identification. Do you recognize it?
Yes, this was the email that I was just talking about. The mayor sent it to me and a few other individuals involved with finalizing the details of the election safety plan.
Is Exhibit 25 a fair and accurate depiction of the email you received on August 9th?
It is.
Your Honor, respondent moves Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Ms. Kaleo, what do you say?
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay. May I be heard?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, this entire email are out-of-court statements made by the mayor offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Now, opposing counsel may try to point to the exception rule 8033. However, that does not apply here, as the mayor had already announced his plan and made the decision as to what that plan was going to be. Any of the other statements beyond the plan itself are reflective as to why he had already made that decision and therefore does not fall under Rule 8033. Furthermore, there are statements in that first paragraph, Your Honor, if I may direct your attention to statements, I believe they're starting with the 3rd sentence. These are hearsay within hearsay, actually, Your Honor, as these statements have, as these statements by the mayor contain statements by the Director of Health and Human Services, as well as by the Deputy Mayor. All of these, again, are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted and should not be admitted.
Ms. Verona, what do you say?
Your Honor, the exception to hearsay 8033 does apply. These are direct statements of the mayor's state of mind. This email was sent 2 days before the election, and the contents of the email explain Mayor Francis's intent and his plan, as well as his motive in preparing the final set of election protocols for the election that occurred just 2 days after this email was sent. And regarding the hearsay within hearsay, we aren't offering the director's statements for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, we are just offering it to show the effect on the listener, which is Mayor Marlon Francis, as well as explain his subsequent conduct in choosing the election protocols that he did.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, you may, Ms. Cleo, briefly.
Your Honor, Rule 8033 goes to a then existing state of mind, motive, intent, or plan. These statements within this email do not go to the mayor's then existing state of mind, but rather are a reflection on explaining why exactly he made the decision in the protocols that he put forth in this email. As a result, this exception does not apply, and these are hearsay statements. Furthermore, the hearsay within hearsay, Your Honor, is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, that these were in fact the necessary or the safest protocols, as was stated by the CDC and the Deputy Mayor himself.
All right. Good arguments on both sides. Very, very good arguments. I think it's a very close call. I am going to allow it in, primarily because, one, it is a very close call, but secondly, and more importantly to the court, is that the primary and sole issue of this entire trial that the jury will have to decide is intent. And I do believe this is being offered for the purpose that Ms. Verona has articulated. And I believe it will help the jury to understand what the intent was or was not at the time. So I will allow it for that purpose, but I will also give the jury at the appropriate time a cautionary instruction as to the limited purpose that this exhibit is being received and published to them. So Ms. Verona, you may continue.
Yes, Your Honor. Permission to post Exhibit 25 for the jury?
Yes, you may.
Rima, can you please post Exhibit 25? Thank you. Mr. Francis, we were just speaking about this email that was sent regarding the election protocols. Earlier, you stated that the mayor ended up going with the safest option available to him. Can you indicate where it says that on this email?
Right in that third sentence, it says the following is what the CDC and deputy mayor recommended as the safest choice. And then the mayor lists out what that choice was.
Did you get a sense that the mayor was worried about the election?
I got a sense that he was cautious, but not worried. He was on edge.
Speculation.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cleo, could you again indicate the basis of the objection?
Speculation, Your Honor, as to the question as to whether or not the mayor was concerned and the witness's subsequent response.
All right, Ms. Verona?
My question was, did you get a sense? This witness is testifying about his own personal perception of what he witnessed and what he perceived the mayor's behavior to be like. I'm not asking this witness to speculate on what the mayor was thinking.
Yeah, I agree, Ms. Verona. I believe that was your question. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Mr. Francis, did you get a sense that the mayor was worried about the election?
I got a sense that he was cautious, but not worried. There were a few times where I saw him on edge, but preparing and planning an election during a pandemic is difficult.
Rima, can you please take down Exhibit 25? Thank you. Mr. Francis, have you ever heard the mayor say that he wanted to prevent people from registering to vote?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever heard the mayor say that he wanted to reduce the number of people who could vote?
No.
Have you ever heard him say anything about gaining an unfair advantage in the election?
No.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Verona. Ms. Calillo, you may cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm really sorry, excuse me.
That's okay. Take a moment.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Francis.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start by talking a little bit about your relationship with the mayor. You mentioned you work for him, right?
That's right.
And you've done so for the past 6 years, right?
Yes.
For 6 years, you've worked as his chief of staff, right?
Yes.
And then you also served as his campaign manager in the 2020 election, right?
That's right.
So you're familiar with how he did in the polls during that election, right?
Yes, I am.
And you call working for the mayor a family business, right?
Political science in general was the family business. The mayor was, my father was the mayor. I studied political science in school. That was the family business.
So you'd call working with the mayor a family business, correct?
Sure.
And that's because the mayor's your dad, right?
He is.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about your dad's decision-making during the COVID pandemic. Your dad is not an expert in infectious diseases, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
Beyond dealing with the pandemic over the past 6 months, he had no experience with any infectious diseases, right?
I don't believe so.
So the mayor, in making his decisions, he often turned to the Dr. Abbott, correct?
That's right.
Because Dr. Abbott, she was the expert in health and human safety, right?
Right. And then he appointed her to the CDC director position as well.
Now, Dr. Abbott, she recommended that mask requirements be put into place. Isn't that true?
She did.
She did that in March of 2020. Isn't that right?
She suggested that.
In March of 2020, she also recommended that the mayor put in social distancing requirements, right?
She did suggest that.
But the mayor, instead of listening to these suggestions, he actually held a public gathering of his own. Isn't that right?
He was at Yorkfest.
Before putting in any of these safety requirements, he held the event Yorkfest, as you mentioned.
Yes.
Now, Yorkfest, as you mentioned on direct, it's a carnival, right?
That's right.
Each year, lots and lots of people attend.
Yes.
And this year, people, in fact, did attend, right?
Yes, there were people at Yorkfest.
And 2 weeks later, you mentioned there was a 15% spike in cases, right?
Yes, Dr. Abbott called us and informed us about that.
You'd agree with me, Yorkfest is an important event for the mayor, right?
I guess you could say that.
Wouldn't you agree that this event, Yorkfest, typically gives the mayor a huge boost in the polls? Isn't that right?
There is a boost in the polls afterwards, yes, typically.
I'd like to move on now and talk a little bit about his opponent in these polls, Charlie Martin. You're familiar with Councilman Martin, right?
Yes, I am.
In your words, Councilman Martin was a rock star, right?
Compared to the mayor's previous challengers, yes.
And this year, he was actually getting out the vote. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
He was holding voter registration events, right?
He was.
And these were designed to get more and more people to register to vote, right?
I can't specifically say why Charlie Martin designed those events, but that seemed to be the purpose.
These were voter registration events where people could show up and register to vote, right, Mr. Francis?
That's right.
And early on, you'd agree with me, most people at these events were following the safety requirements, right?
Yes.
Most people were wearing masks, right?
Yes, at the first 5 rallies.
Most people were social distancing, right?
That's right.
And you'd agree with me, these events seemed to be pretty successful, right?
Yes.
Thousands of people showed up to sign up to vote, right?
Thousands of people showed up.
You'd agree with me that they were there at this voter registration event lining up in the voter registration lines, right?
Yes.
Now, you know this because you saw them in the voter registration lines, right?
Yes.
And you and the mayor was with you when you saw them in these lines, right?
That's right. The mayor was also in the office with me.
As you were in the office looking down at these people signing up to vote, you'd agree with me, the mayor looked upset, right?
At one point, yes.
You'd agree with me that while you were sitting there watching these people sign up to vote, the mayor looked down and he said, "I will not be taken down by them." Isn't that true?
He said that.
And then he had you call the police. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Before he had you call the police, he didn't mention COVID, did he?
No, not explicitly.
Before he had you call the police, he didn't mention masks, did he?
No, not that I can recall.
He didn't mention social distancing, right?
He didn't mention it, but we could see it right there. There were violations of the rules.
So that's a yes to my question. He didn't mention social distancing, right?
Yes, that's right.
All he said before telling you to call the chief of police was that he would not be taken down by them. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, the mayor also had you then rescind all of the rest of the permits for these voter registration events. Isn't that right?
That's right. After we saw all these violations, the mayor told me to rescind all those 14 other permits Charlie Martin had.
But at the time when you rescinded them, you had no idea whether they had actually impacted the spike in cases, did you?
I saw the violations happening, but did I know the COVID rates 2 weeks later at that time? No, I didn't.
No, when you rescinded these permits, you didn't know the impact it would have on the COVID rates. Isn't that right?
That's right. It's my understanding that it takes 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, for the spikes to be seen.
And on direct, you said there was in fact a spike 2 weeks later, right?
There was.
But you'd agree with me, Charlie Martin's voter registration events, they weren't the only large gathering on the week of June 13th, or on the weekend of June 13th and 14th. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Wouldn't you agree there were also protests on June 13th?
Right after Charlie Martin's rally.
And you didn't watch these protests, right?
I didn't watch them in person. I saw clips on the news.
So you have no idea whether or not safety guidelines were followed at those protests, do you?
No, I don't.
And to be clear, those protests were the same weekend as the June 14th rally that the mayor shut down?
Yes, that's right.
Now I'd like to move on and talk a little bit about the election itself. On direct examination, you talked about the recommendations of the CDC, right?
I did.
The CDC had the doomsday protocol, which they recommended if there was a 10% spike in cases.
Yes.
The week of the election, you'd agree there was a 0% spike in cases, correct?
Yes.
And the mayor chose to adopt the doomsday protocol anyway. Is that right?
Yes.
This most restrictive doomsday protocol, it recommended 50% of the voting sites be cut in the smaller districts, right?
Right.
And those smaller districts, those are the ones where the mayor typically polls well, correct?
That's right.
And the CDC recommendation for the most restrictive plan, that recommended that the larger districts only be cut by 25%, right?
Yes.
And those larger districts, those are the ones where the mayor typically does poorly, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Now the mayor, he followed the recommendation in those smaller districts, right?
Yes.
But he doubled the recommendation in the larger districts. Isn't that true?
Right, a fair cut across the board.
But that's a yes to my question. He doubled the CDC's recommendation only in the larger districts?
Yes, that's what I said. Fair cut across the board.
I want to talk about when he made that decision. You'd agree with me that at the end of July, that's when he received some CNY Politico polls, right?
Yes, the polls came out every week.
But he received some polls at the end of July, right?
Yes.
He also, and you'd agree with me, those polls in particular didn't look too good for you.
I don't think those were the CNY political polls, but there was some polling at that time. Yes.
You agree with me that you also received internal polls, right?
Yes.
And that both the CNY Politico and the internal polls did not look good for you. Isn't that true?
Yes.
When the mayor got those polls, you'd agree with me, he looked upset, right?
He seemed upset. Yes.
Based on what you could see, you thought he was beside himself. Isn't that right?
That's right. And him and I talked about it, and then we went back into the office.
Now, the day he received those polls, that's the same day that he made the decision about the voting protocols. Isn't that right?
Right. That was the same day that we learned about the protocols that the CDC had recommended, and the same day that he made the decision. You're right.
So that's a yes to my question. The day he received those polls was the same day he made a decision about the voting protocols?
That's right.
The day he received those polls, that's the same day he decided to double the cuts beyond the recommendation in Maycomb, right?
Sure.
And the same day he received those polls, that's the same day he decided to double the cuts beyond the recommendation in Bronxville, right?
Sure.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Calillo. Ms. Verona, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. Francis, you were just asked on cross-examination how the mayor was polling in Bronxville and Maycomb. Did this worry you, how the mayor was polling in those boroughs?
No, not at all. In the past 2 elections, the mayor also hadn't polled well there, and he handedly won.
You were also asked about the day that the mayor implemented the polling procedures. On that day, had the CDC given you all of the various recommendations for Election Day?
Right, that happened on the exact same day.
And just to be clear, the mayor's office picked a polling procedure that was recommended by the CDC.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'll allow it.
Mr. Francis, just to be clear, the option that you picked was something that was recommended by the CDC.
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Mr. Francis, you're excused. Thank you. All right. Does the respondent have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor. With that, respondent rests his case in chief.
All right. And I take it the evidence is closed from both the petitioner and respondent at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I will hear motions from both sides. Who's going to go first from the plaintiff? Or excuse me, from defendant. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, respondent renews motion for a judgment as a matter of law, assuming that we are outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, all these arguments with motions are outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, now that the respondent has rested their case in chief, a jury will not be able to weigh the evidence in this case to find that Mayor Francis intended to suppress voting. Now, we heard evidence that there were safety protocols that were recommended to Mayor Francis by the CDC, and that he used those recommendations when trying to protect the citizens of Magenta City against COVID-19. And therefore, Your Honor, we renew our motion for a judgment as a matter of law.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sakahin. Plaintiff, what do you say?
Your Honor, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the petitioner, and in addition to the evidence that the petitioner put forth in its case in chief, so far petitioner has elicited several pieces of evidence which would show that the mayor did intend to act to suppress votes. First, petitioner elicited testimony from Dr. Terry Abbott that Mayor Francis postponed the election before speaking to Terry Abbott, and therefore did not follow the guidelines of the experts, but actually acted before even consulting with those experts. The same thing happened when the mayor canceled the voter registration events of Councilman Martin. Mayor Francis rescinded those permits before speaking with Dr. Terry Abbott, therefore was not following guidelines there either. Furthermore, the mayor doubled cuts of voting places in 2 of the districts in Bronxville and Macomb, disregarding the advice of the CDC and of the deputy mayor. Mayor Francis alone made that decision. On the day that he got the polls that were showing that he was not polling favorably in either Bronxville or Macomb, that was the same day that he made that decision. And so taking all of this evidence together and in light most favorable to the plaintiff, to the petitioner, a reasonable jury could find for the petitioner at this point.
All right, very good. I'm going to deny the motion. There is more than sufficient evidence in the record for the jury to decide the issue. Bailiff, do we have enough time for a 5-minute break before we go to closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor. We would abide by your discretion in allocating any time that you wish to give to the parties.
Okay. Will that be sufficient, plaintiff? 5 minutes to get ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. From defendants, defendant?
Your Honor, that's fine with respondent. We just like to ask Mr. Calderon for a time check.
Absolutely. The petitioner has 16 minutes and 49 seconds remaining, and the respondent has 18 minutes and 32 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
let's take a 5-minute break. I've got just about 5:50. So let's say 5:55. We'll come back. Okay. All right. Very
Thank
good.
you.
All righty. We back, let's see, plaintiff counsel, are we both back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and defendant counsel, both back from the break?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and are both parties prepared to address the jury with their closing remarks? Plaintiff,
Yes, Your Honor.
defendant?
Respondent is ready, Your Honor.
All right. As you know, plaintiff will go first, then defendant, and then plaintiff will have the opportunity for a short rebuttal. So, Ms. Cleo, will you be presenting the summation for the plaintiff?
Yes, I will, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
I'm not going to lose everything because of those ungrateful bastards in Bronxville and Macomb. All the mayor cared about was winning. Mayor Francis was the mayor of Magenta City for over a decade. For years, he ran virtually unopposed against opponents who hardly challenged him at all. Being mayor, it was his life, his identity. His son told you it was the family business. But all of that changed in 2019. For the first time, he faced a rock star. He was facing an opponent who had the energy to challenge him, the platform to mobilize voters against him, and most importantly, the ability to beat him. He was scared. He was going to lose everything. From that moment on, you heard about a man who was obsessed with the outcome of the election. You heard about a man who studied polling data each week like it was scripture. And as the election progressed and more people began to support his opponent, Councilman Martin, you heard about a man who, when faced with higher voter turnout than ever before, said that he would not be taken down by the very people he was supposed to represent. That's why he called the police on a voter registration event. That's why he canceled nearly 2 months worth of those voter registration events and yet still held 2 large gatherings which benefited him. That's why he doubled the CDC's recommendations only in the boroughs where he was going to lose. Because all he cared about was winning. And that's why we're here today. Because the mayor took powers that were granted to him as a result of a deadly pandemic, and he used them as an excuse to suppress the votes of those who disagreed with him. That's against the law. Here in New York, it's against the law for a person to take actions which suppress a citizen's right to vote when 3, they do so with the intent to suppress their right to vote. The mayor has already admitted to 2 of those things. The mayor has already admitted to taking actions or causing others to take actions, which did in fact suppress votes in this election. This means that the only question that we need to answer today is why. As petitioner, we have the burden of proof in this case. This means that it's our job to prove to you by preponderance of the evidence, simply meaning more likely than not, that the reason the mayor took those actions which suppressed the rights of his citizens to vote was because he wanted to suppress their votes. Today, we have met our burden. We have shown that every single step of the way, all the mayor cared about was winning. Now, as we talk about each and every decision he made, I want you to focus not on what he did, because we already know he suppressed votes, but rather on what he said. Because while the mayor would like you to believe that he took those steps because of COVID, if you listen to what he said at each and every decision, you heard a different story today. You heard how all he cared about was winning. So let's start at the beginning. You didn't have to be in trial today to know that the whole world changed in March 2020. All of a sudden, we were facing a pandemic and we turned to our leaders to figure out what we were going to do. When Governor Lilly announced a state of emergency, we looked to the local leaders to figure out how to control the spread of COVID. All of a sudden, the mayor had the power to run the administration of his own election. And he used that power to make sure he won. How? Well, first, you heard how he canceled the March 24th election, pushing it back nearly 4 months. Why? Well, he'd like you to believe that this was a result of COVID, and even Charlie Martin told you that if it wasn't that bad of an idea. You heard today that's not why he pushed back the election. He made that choice to cancel the election before talking to a single expert. He did so because, in his words, it would be better for everyone, not because of safety, but because it would give him more time to convince people to vote for him. Even then, all he cared about was winning. But you also heard how that backfired, because today you heard from Councilman Martin, who told you how with the election pushed back, more and more people were actually becoming interested in the public conversation. So he and his campaign scheduled voter registration events to occur every weekend from then until the election was rescheduled to take place in August. You heard from both the deputy mayor and the mayor's son about the success of these events. They told you how each weekend more and more people were showing up. But importantly, they told you how each weekend more and more people were beginning to support Councilman Martin. By June 14th, the mayor could look outside his window and see democracy in action. Even at a time when most people were scared to leave their houses to go to the grocery stores, people were showing up to make sure that their voices would be heard in this election. Yes, they had to wait in hours in the sun with masks on, standing in line 6 feet apart, but they did so because they wanted to make sure that they were going to finally be represented in Magenta City. But as the mayor looked down at this crowd, he wasn't happy that his citizens were finally engaging in their civic duty. He wasn't glad that these people were going to make their voices heard in this election. He was angry. His son told you that he looked over at the mayor and he was visibly upset. He looked down at this crowd of people signing up to register to vote, and he heard them chanting, "Vote him out." And he said, "I will not be taken down by them." And then he called the police. He called the police and had hundreds of cops show up in riot gear and armored cars just to disperse a voter registration event. Why? Why call in armored police and armored cars to an event where the only person who said that the social distancing rules were not being followed was the mayor's own son? Why would he do that? Because he didn't care about safety at all. All he cared about was winning. Now, today we've heard a lot from Respondent about COVID. And living in times like these, it might be natural to think maybe this all was just a result of the pandemic. But if you paid attention today, you know that that's not true. You see, while the mayor would like you to believe that he called the police on that event and then he canceled every single event, voter registration event after that because of the pandemic, you heard how those rules didn't apply to him. He waited to impose mask requirements and social distancing requirements until after the community event that was going to give him a huge boost in the polls. Even though those things were in place, he still held another event 2 months later where the same amount of people were following the rules as at Charlie Martin's events, and yet the police still weren't called. The mayor allowed a 15% spike in COVID cases simply because he also wanted the spike in the polls. He didn't care about safety at all. All he ever cared about was winning. Now, this brings us to the election itself. To understand exactly how the mayor's suppression of votes in this election made sure that he would win, it's important that you understand exactly how voting takes place here in Magenta City. Today, you heard how Magenta City has 4 boroughs. 2 of these boroughs are smaller, more affluent, and historically very supportive of the mayor. The other 2 boroughs are much larger, have a much higher population, and historically are not supportive of the mayor. The mayor's son told you how in the past, this never seemed to be a problem because no one could ever convince enough of people in those larger districts to vote. But he also told you how this year was different. This year, Charlie Martin was getting out the vote in those larger districts. Councilman Martin told you today that he had increased registration in those districts by 30%. When the mayor received the polls, the data showing him that more people were registering to vote and those people were not likely to vote for him, he was upset. He saw those polls and his deputy mayor told you how he sat in his chair. He put his head on his desk and he said, I'm not going to lose everything because of those ungrateful bastards in Bronxville and Macomb. And then you heard exactly what he did. Today, you heard about the CDC's recommendation. You heard how this recommendation, it was only supposed to be used if there was a 10% increase in COVID cases. You heard how even though it was used, there was a 0% spike in cases. Now, he adopted this most restrictive plan, but he actually went beyond it. You saw in his own words an email in which he outlined the reasons that he was making this plan. But you saw specifically, he knew that the CDC's recommendation was that he only cut those larger districts by 25%. Instead, he doubled those recommendations, cutting the larger boroughs by 50%. Why? Because all he cared about was winning. Members of the jury, opposing counsel, she's about to get up here and she's going to talk to you a lot about COVID, and she's going to point the finger at Charlie Martin and say that he's here because he was running in this race and he wants to overturn the results, but it's important you recognize why we're here today. We're here because the mayor has admitted to suppressing people's right to vote. And today, if you listen to what he said, you heard why. He was not going to let himself be taken down by Bronxville and Macomb. He was not going to lose everything because of those ungrateful bastards that he was supposed to be representing. That's why we're here today, because all the mayor cared about was winning. Fine for petitioner.
All right, thank you, Ms. Khalil. Ms. Sakian, are you ready to address the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Members of the jury, there's really no denying that this year has brought its own special set of challenges and hardships. Around the world, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted people in ways none of us could have ever imagined a year ago. Seems like every day there's something new that we didn't know about the disease. But it's in these unprecedented times that we've come to rely on our leaders to look out for our best interests, instead of making decisions just for themselves and their families. Our leaders are making decisions, tough decisions, for millions of people. And that's exactly what Mayor Francis did. Because while his opponents were looking for ways to criticize and condemn him, he was busy preparing, planning, and protecting our city and our people. But despite that, the petitioner has come here today and tried to convince you that the mayor's decisions were based on politics instead of the safety of the citizens he was protecting. But as Judge Lovrick will instruct you, in this courtroom, in this country, the petitioner can't just make claims, they have to prove them. They had to prove to you by the greater weight of the evidence that Mayor Francis deliberately tried to prevent people from voting just to gain some advantage in the election. But today, the petitioner has failed to meet that burden, and instead the evidence has shown two things. First, that Mayor Francis used the appropriate precautions to control COVID-19. And second, that he made the fair decisions for a safe election. So let's take a look at that first thing the evidence showed, that Mayor Francis used the appropriate precautions to control COVID-19. Today, you heard just how little information the city had about the COVID virus at the beginning of the pandemic. No one knew how it started or how it spread or what the best practices were to prevent getting it, not even the medical experts. You heard that in the beginning, it was what Dr. Abbott called medical chatter about a potential virus, not confirmed information about a fast spreading disease that could potentially kill hundreds of thousands of people. Yet, the mayor's office continued to work hand in hand with the experts, understanding and absorbing the information as it was received. And then in March, everything changed when the governor of New York declared a state of emergency and gave Mayor Francis the responsibility to make important decisions to keep our people safe. So the mayor rolled up his sleeves and he immediately got to work. First, by setting up the CDC, a panel of medical experts tasked with updating the mayor on the virus, and then by appointing Dr. Terry Abbott, an expert in infectious diseases, as its leader. Based on the information that he had at the time, the mayor then made the difficult decision to cancel an election that was to take place just 9 days later. A decision that Dr. Abbott fully agreed was the right thing to do. So while the rest of the city was cooped up in their homes during the shutdown, Mayor Francis was in his office continuing to prepare, plan, and protect. He didn't back out of a challenge. Instead, he did everything he could every day with the information that he had. Now, it's true that the mayor allowed the York Fest event to happen in early April. We'll be the first to admit he made a mistake, but he wasn't being selfish like the petitioner wants you to believe. Instead, he was doing everything he could with the information that he had. Now, looking back, sure, he probably could have made better decisions. But we have to judge him based on what he knew then, not what we all know now. And the truth is, at the beginning of the pandemic, none of us knew much. Yet when the mayor learned the best practices, he immediately implemented them. He made masking mandatory. He required all events to follow social distancing rules. He made sure that he didn't make the same mistake twice. And that's why the petitioner's rallies after June 14th were canceled. Today, you heard that between May 30th till June 14th, the mayor allowed the petitioner to have 5 different rallies. But Those rallies were small, and the people who were at those rallies were following the distancing rules. What the mayor saw happening outside of his office on June 14th, that was anything but safe. Andy De La Cruz was forced to admit to you today that over 1,000 people had gathered at City Hall shouting and chanting close together. Those people weren't wearing masks, and they definitely weren't social distancing. Members of the jury, this was a COVID catastrophe waiting to happen. So of course, the mayor became concerned. Of course, he asked the police to step in to enforce the safety. Bringing order in times of chaos is what we expect our leadership to do. Now, we don't know who told those police officers to arrive in riot gear, but frankly, it doesn't even matter. It may not have been subtle, but when you're trying to stop a potential super spreader event with that many people, it's better to be safe than subtle. And when Dr. Abbott tells you that a safety precaution was needed, you know you can believe her. Because unlike the baseless accusations brought by Charlie Martin today, Dr. Abbott brings you years of education and experience to back up her opinions. And it was her opinion that any large event not following the safety rules was just too big of a risk for our citizens to be taking. And you know that the safety rules weren't being followed at that event, because there was a 10% increase in the COVID-19 cases after that. You saw that in this stipulation today. Members of the jury, they're trying to make it seem like this wasn't about COVID, but that 15% increase right there, that was about COVID. That 10% increase, that was about COVID, and that 1% increase right before the election, that was about COVID. And think about it. If the mayor really was so scared that people from Bronxville and Macomb would show up to register and vote for his opponent, wouldn't he have canceled the rallies from day one? Why would he let 5 rallies go on and then just randomly cancel the 6th? That doesn't make any sense. He had total authority at that point. He could have shut them all down. But you know that he did it for safety because the infection rate, it stabilized. And that's why the mayor allowed the Founders Day event to go on in July. You heard that this wasn't a protest rally or a campaign event, and there weren't 1,000 people attending. In fact, there were only 100, and the people who were at that event were following the safety rules. Andy De La Cruz was forced to admit to you today that no one at this event posed a risk. And so that brings me to the second thing the evidence showed, that Mayor Francis made the fair decisions for a safe election. Today, the petitioner has come here and tried to tell you that the mayor consciously and deliberately tried to prevent people from voting, but what actual evidence did they bring to you today? First, they tried to say that the mayor was so scared of losing because of some polling data that he had received. But while you did hear that the mayor wasn't polling well in Macomb and Bronxville, you also heard that this wasn't anything new. The mayor had been elected twice before in these same conditions because historically, those boroughs don't show up to vote. And that's exactly what happened again this year. But then they tried to tell you that the mayor intended to suppress voting because he followed the most restrictive safety plan for Election Day. But what they're hoping that you'd ignore is the fact that both Dr. Abbott and Andy De La Cruz recommended this plan. In fact, it was Andy De La Cruz who recommended even more restrictions. And this wasn't a case about a mayor who targeted particular boroughs. In their opening statement, they told you that you'll hear that the mayor prioritized the richer boroughs over the poor boroughs. But members of the jury, you never heard that today in this case. Instead, you heard that the mayor did the exact opposite. And he cut the polling sites in all of the boroughs by 50%. And think about what they're really arguing. If the mayor really wanted to interfere in this election, wouldn't he have done a better job? The governor had given him absolute authority. He could have delayed the election until after COVID was over, but he didn't. Instead, the exact moment that he heard there was a safe voting procedure, he scheduled the election. The mayor wanted an election, he just wanted a safe one. The petitioner's entire case rests on the word of two people whose word cannot be trusted: Charlie Martin and his brother, Andy. Charlie Martin, who was more than happy to kill the development by paired computers, not caring about the fact that this would actually hurt the people that he was representing. Why? Because it would be bad if the mayor had that big of a win so close to the election. Those are Charlie Martin's words. Charlie Martin, who was forced to admit to you today that he has brought baseless accusations against the mayor just to win. Accusations that the mayor was corrupt. No evidence. Accusations that the mayor was crooked. No evidence. Every single claim of misconduct, no evidence. Instead, the only thing that Charlie Martin has been able to prove today is that he'll do anything or say anything just to advance his political career. And doesn't that explain Charlie Martin's flimsy excuse for filing this lawsuit, claiming that over 5,000 people blew up his phone lines to complain about the election, except, oops, despite the fact of this complaint of rampant voter suppression, he can't bring you a single name, a single phone number, or a phone bill to back up his opinions. And members of the jury, that's because it's not true. And then they want you to believe the word of Andy Dela Cruz, a deputy mayor who was more than happy to spy on the man he's supposed to serve, someone who failed to disclose the most obvious conflict of interest, who took assignments from his brother to feed information about his boss, knowing that it would be used against him in the election. And remember how hard Andy Dela Cruz tried to fight me about the fact that, oh, these are papers that Charlie Martin would always have had access to, but you heard Andy Dela Cruz had never said that before. It's now, members of the jury, that he's sitting in this courtroom that he wants to bring that excuse. That's who the petitioner wants you to believe, that everybody at Charlie Martin's June 14th rally wore masking. That's who the petitioner wants you to believe, that the mayor made these statements of the ungrateful bastards in Macomb and Bronxville. Members of the jury, you know you can't believe a word from Charlie Martin and Andy Dela Cruz because of their obvious bias. Because you heard today, if Charlie Martin wins this lawsuit, he automatically becomes mayor. No revote. He just automatically gets the job he so desperately wants. Oh, and as an added bonus, he gets to make his brother Andy the chief of staff. He gets to provide his sibling with a cushy job because he's unemployed right now. And remember that he also tried fighting me on that, members of the jury. You heard that Andy Dela Cruz fought me, and you saw his prior deposition today. He told you that Charlie Martin had promised to make him his chief of staff. So when you go back to deliberate, think about this, because in the jury instructions, the judge will tell you that you have to assess the credibility of every witness in this case. And remember how hard Andy Dela Cruz didn't want you to know that if Charlie Martin becomes mayor, he gets to become the chief of staff. Members of the jury, that's why Charlie Martin also tried to deny these damning text messages. These text messages where he confirms what we all know now, that the mayor's decision for the August 2020 election was the right one, was the safe one. Because Charlie Martin tells you in his own words, the sad thing is, that's probably what I would have done. Over precaution is better than less. Over precaution is better than less, members of the jury. And as an experienced leader, Mayor Francis knew that. That's why he implemented those safety protocols. COVID wasn't over, so his job wasn't over. This wasn't a case about a mayor caring to just win. This was a case about a mayor who cared about controlling, containing, and combating this pandemic. And you know that he made the right decision, because after the election, the infection rate stabilized and there was no spike. As Americans, our right to vote is a cornerstone of our democracy. It's our chance to use our voices in determining the people who will lead us. The citizens of Magenta City used their voices when they elected Marlon Francis as their mayor. Now, as jurors in this case, you have the opportunity to use your voice to uphold the election of a man who continued to prepare, plan, and protect our city and our citizens. So when the judge gives you this verdict form, mark no and return a verdict upholding the election of Mayor Marlon Francis.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sakian. Ms. Cleo, is there any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
All the mayor cared about was winning. Opposing counsel, she just got up here and she told you that the mayor was only ever following recommendations, and then she told you that we're simply here pursuing Charlie Martin's baseless accusations. But first, I want to make something clear. These accusations, they're not baseless. The mayor has already admitted to taking actions which suppressed votes. This means that today we're here to decide why. Now, she wants you to believe that the reason he took those actions was because he was only ever following the recommendations of their expert. But I want to talk a little bit about their expert. First of all, this is a woman who spent most of her career actually working as a pediatrician and not with infectious diseases. Even if you choose to believe that she can come to conclusions about what the safest or the necessary protocols in this case were, I want you to remember that this is a woman who actually works for the mayor. Now, on cross-examination, she got up there and she said that actually the mayor didn't follow her recommendation as to the elections. But in retrospect, she thinks it was necessary that he not. Why? Why would she say that the mayor's not following her recommendations actually was necessary now? Because the mayor is someone with a history of firing his director of health and human services at the drop of a hat. The mayor employs the director of health and human services. Of course, she's going to get up here and say he made the right choices. Otherwise, she's out of a job. Now, today you heard why he actually made those decisions. Because when he canceled the election, it was before he talked to an expert. And it was because, as he told you, he wanted to give more people time to realize he was the person to vote for. As that backfired and more people began to support Charlie Martin, he called the police before talking to an expert. And then he canceled all of the remaining voter registration events once again before talking to an expert. Finally, he doubled the recommendations of the expert only in the districts where he was favored to lose. In terms of the jury, he wasn't following the recommendations. He was preparing, planning, and protecting his political career. He didn't care about safety at all. All the mayor cared about was winning. Fine for Petitioner.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cleo. That concludes the presentations to the members of the jury. So in a trial where we had a jury sitting, we would instruct the jury and then have them go off to deliberate. But that concludes the presentations. Mr. Calderon, how do we go next so that the judges can do their calculations and then come back to talk to the members, both teams?
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, I would like to make the teams aware that they have a 5-minute time period to petition if they wish to do so. Additionally, we would ask that during this time that the participants go off camera so that the judges are able to do their evaluations without any bias or anything like that. I'd also like each and every one of you to feel accomplished in what you did. We really appreciate you all being here and think that you did an excellent job in representing your respective teams. So at this point, I would ask that the judges fill out their ballots, and that should be the end of what we need to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Hey, Mr. Calderon,
Yes, Your Honor.
I emailed my scores to Ms. Jeffries and also copied Joanna on that as well. So
Perfect. I am just double checking that all the ballots have cleared, and I will let everyone know when that has been done.
okay, I'll just stand by.
No problem.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
When were you in New York County?
Long time ago, 1985 through 1993.
I was Bronx 88 to 92, and then
Okay.
immediately began indigent defense work, 18B, in 92. So we probably kind of passed each
Crossed,
other.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah, well, you were down there during that. What I often tell people was just an absolutely unbelievable crime spike, late '80s, early '90s. I mean, the homicide rate was just unbelievable, and violent crime. And I know you guys were busy in the Bronx. I think every DA's office was just running on full tilt, and you know, I mean, we had large staffs as you did, but still.
it was a great opportunity to learn.
Yeah, yeah. I tell a lot of young lawyers that it was a great place to get really great trial experience. You didn't have time to get trained. Your training was you did trials.
Right.
They threw you in and you just did trial after trial after trial.
The training
you know,
is much better now. in many
yeah,
ways.
I'm much happier to see New York City in the way it is today.
Oh, sure, sure. So you remember then Clifford Scott, Harold Rothwax. You remember that judicial crowd?
Yep. Yes.
So-
Judge Rothwax was he was feared, is the only way to put it, both prosecutors and defense.
He had, though, I mean, in his defense, he had a really good sense of humor when you could kind of strip everything away. I always found him enjoyable to be around. So I was curious as to, I saw in your bio that you had Manhattan, and I suspected that we did not cross paths when I was just beginning my defense practice down there.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I try to remember a lot of. I still have just a few friends that are working in the office still, in the DA's office, but
For sure, Gene Beccaro, I think, is still there.
yes, Gene. He was a bureau chief in 30 for many years, and I think just a few years ago, I think he was kind of asked to move to another place in the office.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually still there or right now, or if he's just, you know. Did you know Charlie Solomon?
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's back there. He's off
back in the office.
He's off the bench, and then after leaving the bench, I think he went back to the DA's office in some sort of a consulting role to kind of help them with trying to move cases, maybe trying to, you know, to just do a little winnowing. I think. I don't know if he's still there or not.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, you know him, and he's a good man with a wonderful sense of humor and and a real passion for justice. Whether you fear he tilts one way or another, I can tell you that I can find a case that will surprise you the other way.
Yeah. We love Charlie. He when I was leaving or just around there, he was in criminal court. I don't know if he had gone up to Supreme yet. But then after that, you know, all my colleagues said they practiced in front of him, and he was always extremely fair to everybody and just a real gentleman to try cases before.
Sure.
Yeah, no, those are good memories, Joe. You know, I don't know what it's like these days down there in the city. I'm sure it's different, but
it's always different. I always like to tell people that in criminal law, we are holding on to the bottom of a pendulum, and eventually it will settle in the middle, but long after we are gone. We're going to swing back and forth and back and forth, and we are in the midst of a swing right now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But we all try to kind of get it to work the right way. So
Well, yeah, it's a work in progress that I don't think has an end. There's some things that worked well, and some things we look back now on that didn't work so well. So it kind of it's kind of morphing again, I think. So we'll see what happens.
It is, but as long as we have passionate advocates on both sides, I think we were able to rein in whatever excesses there may be, and try to bend everything towards the right result. So
yeah,
it's wonderful to hear you reminisce about Manhattan, and I couldn't resist asking. So
no, that's okay, Joe. I like running into people that also have those memories and they were down there during those years. There's believe it or not, there's not many of us out there. A lot of folks have retired and they don't even want to talk about all that stuff. So it's kind of nice to run into folks.
I will always have fond memories of this practice, even from my time as an assistant DA in the Bronx.
I'll let you go, and then I'll try to see
during the bad times when you would walk around Yankee Stadium at lunch and count crack bombs. and we don't do that anymore. Okay, so we're doing something the right way.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I wanted to say thank you for Jared. By the way, is this just the judge and evaluators?
No, this also has the participants in it as
All right.
well.
So the time in which to, if everybody could come on. All right. Hi, everybody. That was just the best final round I have ever seen. I was just so incredibly impressed. I was sitting through that, and at one point, one of my kids called me and I said, "Leave me alone." And I never do that. So I'm an Italian mother, and that's unheard of. So that was just terrific. So what we're doing now, the 5-minute time is over. So we're going to ask it will take some time to tabulate the results, and then we have to send them to the coaches. The coaches have to look at them and then get back to me, which means they have to do addition and subtraction and whatever else. And I think we all became lawyers because we're not good at math, or maybe not good at math anymore. So just please, if you could give some critiques, I know the students will appreciate it. It'll be a wonderful use of this time. And as soon as I hear back from your coaches, I will come back on. But just great job. It was very impressive. So I'm going to just sign off right now for a second. Or Judge, if you could take over and instruct each of your evaluators in some kind of order as to who should go first.
Sure. Actually, let's see. I see Joe is on. Do we have the other two judges?
There are 3 evaluator or 4 of it. Let me look. I'm looking at the numbers here. So we have Robert Bryan, Michelle Witten-Cowan, Kaylin Gray, and Joe Heinzman.
Okay. I was going to suggest let's start with the rest of the folks. Joe, do you want to start?
That's fine. I can start. This way I don't echo anything that anybody says. First of all, I'm going to echo what Joanne just said. Fantastic, just fantastic job by all of you. I want to, before I talk about the advocates at all, I want to thank all of the people who served as witnesses. I hope that it was rewarding for you to serve as a witness, and I hope that you understand and appreciate just how much as advocates we appreciate the efforts you put in as a witness, even if you're, if you're a teammate who's not arguing today, or if you're just a witness and not arguing at all in the competition. It's really important to have committed witnesses to rehearse, to practice, to throw curveballs at us, and you've all done a great job. And I know I speak for your teammates and advocates that they appreciate. What I'm going to do is go through each individual. I'm not going to do, your directs and crosses. I'm just going to give like overall kind of comments. And I will say that all of you were really so brilliant that it's very, very hard for me to just overstate that. Madeline Case is first here, and I thought the opening statement really laid out themes very, very, very well. If I could make a couple of suggestions with regard to your opening statement, it would be this. Try to crescendo into a climax, much like Beethoven did. Don't kind of like limp to the finish line. You were really good. You had a great rapport with the jury. And I think you had the ability to kind of swell to that really great finish. So always be conscious of doing that. Really awesome job on direct examination. I think you did a great job establishing the whole idea of nonverbal cues to create a conspiracy. And that's something that I think you could have run with a little bit more, but you did that. And in the other trial that I saw, they did not do that. I think you did a really, really good job with that. On cross-examination, I thought you dealt with the expert witness argument very, very well. And I would suggest to you that when a witness starts to get away from you on cross-examination, try to work on how to get control of a witness who tries to run away from you. There's a whole bunch of material out there on that and different strokes for different folks. I'm not going to tell you that my methods are the best because they work for me and they may not work for you. But the point is to figure out what's going to work for you to get control, because you're smart, you're a great advocate. Don't let a witness run away from you. Ms. Coelho, let me see. I thought that I have your closing argument here first, so I want to talk about that last. I thought that you established a really great them kind of situation in terms of how how your opponent viewed your people. Okay, the people that you were representing. I thought you made the other people in this case into people who were belittling your side through your use of language. And I thought that was really good because I think in a case that's about politics, I think you have to do what you can to marginalize your opponent. And I think you accomplished some of those goals. I loved the 10% spike threshold that you were working on there. And I would have asked one more question. So you had this plan for a 10% spike. What was the increase? Because it was 1%. And I might have even made them do some math. What's 10 minus 1, doctor? Okay. So I thought that was, you put yourself in a great spot, which is the most important thing there on the examination. Your summation was really, really just fantastic. I will caution you that I think you took a chance there. Canceling the March election is a little bit of a weak argument. And I think that the whole idea of canceling the March election being really indicative of intent, I think could have gotten thrown back at you in the case if the other side would have put in the tweet from Charlie Martin saying, hey, the mayor did a good job by canceling the election. So I'd be careful about that. I also think you did the rebuttal, and I thought Ms. Sahakian gave you an opportunity, and we get stuck on our scripts a lot. Even in real life, we get stuck on our scripts. But when she decided to wrap her client in the flag at the end, I would have ripped that flag off of him and put it over his casket. I would have literally said, I had a whole bunch of
I think you might be muted. I don't know if it's just me.
I just muted myself. What I would have done is I would have said I had a whole bunch of notes. I would have crumpled them up. I would have tossed them over my shoulder. I said, you know what? They just tried to wrap this guy in the flag of democracy. And the flag they should be wrapping him in is the flag they put over the casket of democracy. They made single mothers wheel their strollers an extra 2 miles to go stand in line for 4 hours to vote. And people just can't choose between feeding their kids dinner and voting. So I think, look, I thought it was a great argument, by the way. And when I get to you, Ms. Sahakian, I love that you did it But if you're going to do a rebuttal, for heaven's sakes, do a rebuttal. Like, grab something and just destroy them with it. Okay? Brilliant job. Be spontaneous. Ms. Verona, I fear very much that we are going to lose a brilliant advocate to television at some point. You have an amazing presence. You are engaging and you are magnetic. So continue to use that as long as you decide to practice law and be a trial lawyer. But like I said, I fear we're going to lose you to TV. You're just that good. You dealt with some negative facts in the opening statement, which I think is really important to do. And I'm glad that you did it. I think that shows a lot of foresight. Again, I have the note of control runaway witnesses as best as you can. The response to objection, I think a lot of times, one of the pitfalls that we all have as advocates is we start to talk about Rule 403 or Rule 806, and I think you didn't do that. I think you said, Judge, bias. Hit them over the head with one word right away. Judge, bias is a problem here. And then you can talk about rules and cases and whatever else, but you did it exactly the right way. I would have gone one step further with the 5,000 person making complaints, and I would have just said to Charlie Martin, you made it up. You have no proof of this. And by the way, you tweeted before the election that you were going to, which you guys didn't put in. You tweeted before the election that you were going to sue somebody. You were thinking about suing somebody, and you had this wonderful evidence that you could have used this to sue somebody, and you didn't memorialize one shred of it. You made it up. So that's kind of the tact I might have taken with that. So anyway, brilliant job. I think, like I said, the best thing about you is how engaging you are, how magnetic you are, and you hit the issues really well in dealing with objections. Ms. Sahakian, and I hope I'm saying that right. Wonderful closing argument. You heard my comments about wrapping your client in the flag. I think that's great. I think you need to be careful and anticipate what the other side might do with that. Loyalty to family, great theme. Spy on is something that I think was used well in the trials that I saw, and spy on is something I would have done. You took it the step further. You actually called these things assignments, and then you use the word assignment a second time, and you use it a third time. And I think that's the kind of thing you have to do with a jury. One of the things that we joke about, I do a lot of criminal defense work. One of the things we joke about is you're on trial in front of 12 people who weren't smart enough to get out a jury duty. You need to repeat things. You need to drive it home, and you did. I thought very solid workmanlike direct examination. You dealt with the objections very, very well. The last thing I will say before I turn this over to everybody else is, if I were trying a criminal case tomorrow and I needed a second seat, I would not let you cross-examine the main witness, and I would not let you put my client on the stand. But I would feel comfortable with any one of the four of you sitting at my table and handling the witness. I really would. So you did a wonderful job. You all have really bright futures in front of you, and I hope you stick with this. As good as you are, keep working, because every one of these evaluators will tell you the same thing. You got to get better every day. That's all from me, Judge.
Brian, are you out there? Let's see.
I think you mean Robert, Judge.
So,
was that me, Your Honor?
oh yeah, I'm sorry, Robert.
Yeah.
I'm saying Brian. I'm thinking of your last name. Apologize.
That's fine. I'll try not to be too repetitive, but I will start off by saying I thought you all did an amazing job. All four of you. You could tell that you all were really well prepared. You had a mastery of the facts of this case, which I think is the first thing you need for any case that you have. And I was really impressed, all the way through from start to finish. I'll just go through kind of in chronological order. Ms. Case, I thought your opening statement was great, but you did a great job outlining what the evidence was going to show. And that's exactly what we want from an opening statement. After hearing your opening, I was thinking, wow, this is simple. I mean, this guy did this intentionally. He did it to gain an advantage in this election. And so I thought your opening was very effective doing those things. Ms. Verona, to echo what Mr. Heinzman said, I thought your style is very unique. It's very warm. It's very inviting. And I think that it's very engaging and gets a person to really listen to what you're saying. And it comes across as very sincere. So that's a great persuasive tool. So I thought your style was great. And the outline that you put forward was good as well. Ms. Coelho, on your first direct, I was impressed that it really seemed like you were just having a conversation with that witness. Just a conversation, but it didn't seem rehearsed. And so you were really responding to the things that he was saying. If you needed to ask a follow-up question, it seemed like you did that. And it came across very smoothly. So that was a great direct. Ms. Verona, on your cross of that witness, I thought you did a great job of having control of the witness. Specifically when you were dealing with Exhibit 18, and he wanted to really focus on that he didn't know who the other person was and what they were saying, et cetera. You really brought it into, we're here to talk about what you said and the statements that you made. So I thought that was a great job of controlling your witness on that cross. Ms. Case, on your direct, my note is that you had a very good job getting the facts out, and it was a nice chronological order that you brought those things out. Ms. Shah-King, it's pretty good. Okay. What I was impressed about with your cross of that witness, I thought you did a good job reaching for an answer that wasn't necessarily there, in that the mayor guaranteed him this spot, those sorts of things. And that wasn't in the evidence, but reach for that, see what the witness says. And then you did a good job in bringing in the deposition to show that that was certainly, though, what your mindset was, and that's what you were thinking. So I thought it was a good job handling that impeachment issue. Going to your, let's see here, your direct examination, I believe, was next. When opposing counsel stated that you had misstated some of the evidence or overstated, I believe it was, your witness's qualifications, I thought you did a good job in responding to that and really bringing it back to the facts of she knows what she's talking about at the end of the day. Ms. Case, on your cross of that witness, I thought you did a good job following up on the answers. You uncovered some things that I thought Rima did a good job of presenting. You kind of opened those things up, and I thought that was good and very persuasive for your side. Next, Ms. Verona, in your direct, I think you did a great job of showing your witness's strengths. And for all of you, I mentioned it for Ms. Coelho, very conversational in your directs. Everything came out smooth, it was seamless. So I thought the directs were great. And Ms. Coelho, on your cross, I thought when I saw your cross, I could really start to see some of your personality come out, and you had great presence, and it was dynamic, is what the note that I had. The closing arguments, I thought, Ms. Coelho, you did a good job of establishing your theme. All he cared about was winning. All he cared about was winning. And you brought that out throughout your close and why that was important. The one thing I did want to see a little bit more of is connecting the jury to what they're going to see on the jury instruction form. So pointing out to them, you did a great job saying, hey, here are the facts, but really saying, hey, this is why this was intentional. This is why he did it to gain an advantage in this election. So I think hammering that out a little more would be great. But overall, great closing argument. Really enjoyed it. Rima, going to your closing argument, I thought you did a good job showing how they have not met their burden, addressing any weaknesses there may have been in your case, pointing out those two things, and really saying, look, everything that the mayor did was for your safety, for your well-being. It was due to COVID, and what he did really ensured that this was a fair and safe election process. And I also like the demonstrative by showing the verdict at the end, the jury form. I thought that was a nice touch. But again, I was very impressed by everyone. I hope I don't have to go against any of you all too soon. Once you all graduate and you're practicing, very impressive. And I would just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, keep working hard, and improving on your craft. So I really enjoyed this.
And let's see, who's the last judge? Is it Fry? I'm going to get it wrong.
Well, I think there's two more and me, Ms.
All right.
Cowan and Ms. Olatukumbo and me. So I'll go next. I'll be brief. I don't want to repeat what everyone else said. I kind of agree with everyone. First, let me congratulate you all. This is probably one of the toughest final rounds I've ever watched. And under these circumstances, it's incredible that you all did this. And I mean, I'm so impressed. I think everyone did a great job. I will give you some feedback, but just note it's nitpicking, okay? Nitpicking. And Ms. Case, let me start with you. You know, I think you need to work on being more of yourself. At the beginning of the trial, you had an incredible opening and the words were there, but I didn't believe that you believed it. And I saw, you know, when during you were arguing your pretrial motions, there was the motion at the end of your case, whether it was because you weren't, you know, you were thinking off the cuff or whatever, your passion came through. And then all of a sudden, this advocate that we hadn't seen appeared on your cross, and it was awesome, okay? Don't be afraid to be yourself, because you got it. You just got to believe what you're arguing, because it's important. You know, you're saying quotes. Don't put them in quotes. You know, use your voice, use your body language. You know, certain words, and I can't remember what the quotes are, but some of those quotes, I mean, were powerful words, and you could have really come out of the park with it. And I was kind of waiting for it. And so there, you know, that was a critique and then an awesome, you know, like prop, because that cross was phenomenal. Okay, so awesome job. And it comes with time and comfort, and remember, it's nitpicking. Mr. Rona, I'll kind of go back and forth. Your presence is incredible. And when you're talking, I want to hear more of what you're saying. That opening, the words, I was kind of waiting for you to respond to what she said. And you did respond, but it was sort of at the end. And I was kind of like sitting here waiting. And I think, you know, I think Joe might have said this, but part of being in trial is sort of reacting to what is going on in the trial. And I think that would have been more effective had it been up top. But awesome presence, really great job. One thing I would work on is control of a witness during cross. You know, I think, you know, you tried to be too polite, and I feel that there's probably some fire in there that you have that you could bring out on cross, but great job. Okay, I'm gonna butcher these two names. That's kind of why I went with the easy names first. Miss Coelho, is that, okay. I thought your closing was remarkable. Very good job. Now, when you're doing a closing, I think it's really important, because if you think about it, you're gonna have a jury go back with evidence, and you had some really awesome pieces of evidence that you could have used really during your closing. And I thought you could have used some of that on your closing there. And your direct of, what was his name, Mr. Case? Who was it? What was his name?
Charlie Martin.
I thought was great. It really told a story, and you did a great job of making him personable. All right, so great job. Okay, Miss Sayakian, I didn't say it right. I'm sorry. I could tell probably have some great experience, and I agree. I think you're an incredible advocate. That closing, the first, I don't know, maybe like half of your closing, either you were tired or what, but I just didn't believe that you believed what you were saying. And then you brought out the exhibit and you started pointing to it and you were like off. And I thought it was great. So body language is pretty important. And by the way, I'm being nitpicky. Body language is really important. And I think it's important to be aware of how, you're presenting things, because juries look at the weirdest things when you're in trial. But overall, great job. I think you all did an incredible job. Both teams, really great.
Okay, and we have one more evaluator. I botched this up. I didn't write anybody's names down, so I apologize.
There's actually two more.
Two more? All right. See,
yeah.
I can't add. Ms. Gray is absolutely right.
That's
why
right.
we're lawyers.
I'll go next. Just a couple, instead of kind of going down the line or repeating anything anybody said, I had a couple comments that I think haven't been mentioned yet. And I want to start by your guys' use and adaptability for the technology was amazing. I did judge a preliminary round, and there were advocates who stumbled through all of it and trying to show the exhibits, and you guys were very seamless in it. And I want to tell you that I honestly, and the judge may correct me, I think this is the future of litigation. And I can tell you with what I do here in New York State, my trials have been virtual for about 3 years now. And this is what I do 4 or 5 days a week with very limited exceptions. I'm always on a computer now. I very rarely go and sit in front of a judge anymore. And so we kind of were on the forefront of it, but I think that this is the future, and the fact that you guys are getting trained with this very weird setup is good for you, because for people in my generation and one generation ahead of us, we stumbled through it, and so we're still stumbling through it. And so I think that this is a good way for you guys to kind of be on the forefront of some of this technological, the technological side of it. The only thing that I would say, and this would apply to all 4 of you, was I was kind of waiting to see the fire in the belly. And what I mean by that is I don't have a poker face, and if somebody makes me mad, everybody knows that somebody made me mad. When I go in and I do an impeachment, and you see the fire in my belly when I'm doing it. And it seemed like all 4 of you were a little bit reserved. And it could be, it's been a long weekend. It could be that, that you've already done this trial multiple times, so maybe the fire wasn't there yet. I thought all of you did a brilliant job, but I was waiting for that real big breakout, like, this is what makes me angry, this is what I'm passionate about, and I didn't really see that. But not everybody does that. There are some people who are very even-keeled people. I'm just not one of those people, so I kind of always look for that. But overall, I think you guys did a great job. I did trial team starting in middle school all the way through law school, and I have either assisted or evaluated every year since I graduated, too many years ago for me to mention. So I've seen a lot of trials, and I love the final trials and competitions because they're just wonderful. And, seeing the people who are coming up to be, the next round of litigators always makes me happy. So thank you. Good job, everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm not sure. Alatakumbo, can you give your critiques, and then we're going to be ready for telling them what happened.
Yes, so I'm going to be the shortest of them all, because since Joanna's back, she has the information that you actually want to hear. So I'll be super, super short. You guys know that you're obviously very good at what you're doing. You wouldn't be in this round if you weren't very good at what you're doing. What I would tell you that you could hopefully take forward with further competitions, be it next semester or whatever it is when we're in this format, it's very important, even more the Zoom fatigue that we as evaluators have, you have to even more overcome that. So I kind of felt generally it was like low energy. Sometimes that I call it the after lunch crowd when I'm on trial, where it's like, I don't know if it's because you're after lunch, you're sluggish, it's been a long day, long weekend, but the energy has to be like even higher so that the people watching you can really be engaged the whole time. Also remember when your camera is on, because a lot of you were fixing your hair multiple times while you were on camera, or both closers had moments after they closed where they were obviously communicating with their colleague via text or instant message or chat, and your faces were changing. So you need, the jury is watching that, you're on camera. So make sure that you're aware of all that kind of body language. Really good job. The petitioner team specifically on your like objections, I thought were like phenomenal. You really impressed me with that. And also the ends of your crosses, I felt the exclamation point at the ends of your crosses, which really helped me know like this is the end, I'm wrapping it up. It was really strong. The respondent team, I thought you did a really good job with like having your case theory and your theme go throughout your case. I heard it in your directs. It like made me recall back to the opening, what you said you were going to show, how you structured it, and then really bookending your case. I thought that was really good. Good job. Good luck to both teams.
All right. Well, thank you to our judge and our evaluators and all of you. I want to mention that I have been coaching for 27 or 28 years, and I honestly have never seen such a close call in what happened here. We had two evaluators decide one way and two another, and the fifth evaluator was a tie, and we had to contact them for a tiebreaker. And I don't know that that's ever happened. So, so it was very, very close. And so I'd like to announce the best advocate. And actually, this is also how close it was. It's actually best advocates. We had a complete tie in the best advocates. Again, I don't know that that's ever happened. And for the first person who, and by the way, we'll be sending you your awards and trophies. The first best advocate is Stephanie Quelio. So I'd like to say congratulations to you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
I'm so happy for you. Just excellent job. It was just terrific. I loved your closing, your cross, everything. It was terrific. So congratulations. And for our other best advocate is Rima Sahakian. So congratulations, Rima. Great job. So happy again. We sat there and we just couldn't believe it, what had happened. And again, it was just an absolute tie. We went through the numbers again and again, so great job. And now for the winner, and again, both teams were excellent. The winner is Team M, and that's Loyola Los Angeles. So congratulations, Team M. Fantastic job. I just was so impressed with all of you. It was I can't believe it was this close, and you just did so great. I know I've spoken to both of your coaches, both teams' coaches, and they're so proud of you, and they should be. You well represented your clients, and also the problem drafter, his name is Christopher Clark, watched the whole round, has been watching the semifinals and the finals. And I'd like to thank him for what a great job he did on writing it. And he felt that you had done justice to his fact pattern, which is a lot to say. This is somebody who's been on trial team since he was in high school. And he really thought you did justice. So great job, everybody. So I'm going to say farewell, wonderful job, and go be great lawyers when you graduate.